Chapter 1735. Don't look at me like that. Chu-mu smiled. The four of them looked as if they wanted to eat him alive. This made him even more aware of the value of the spirit herb in his hand. It was extraordinary and most likely not a bronze-rank spirit herb. Chu-mu knew very little about the spirit herbs in the land of exile. After all, he hadn't been here for long. He didn't have the time to properly understand them. Long Yun Kong and the other three were different. They were natives of the land of exile, and each of them came from a large force. They had a wealth of knowledge and experience. Of course, if the four of them were in the deep blue world, they would be blind. They wouldn't be able to recognize most of the things here. After all, the deep blue world was very different from the land of exile. Although he didn't recognize it, Chu-mu's eyesight was very good. Thus, he judged that the spirit herb in his hand was most likely a silver-rank spirit herb. However, he didn't know what grade it was. "Brother Chu, do you know what this is?" Yujin asked. "A bronze blood dragon root," Chu-mu said. He had heard their conversation just now. "Do you know the effects of the bronze blood dragon root?" Mu Gaoli hurriedly asked. "Don't you think it's a pity to use it up?" "It's not a pity," Chu-mu said, unmoved. "All right, since Brother Chu has already made his decision, then let's do it this way," Long Yun Kong said. "Moreover, this thing will be more useful to Brother Chu than to us." According to their previous agreement, Chu-mu could use up one contribution. Since Chu-mu had already decided to use it on the bronze blood dragon root, although they felt it was a pity, they couldn't refute it, unless they shed all pretense of cordiality. Long Yun Kong was obviously on Chu-mu's side. Even if they shed all pretense of cordiality, they might not be able to obtain the bronze blood dragon root. They might even awaken the bronze-rank sinners. At that time, everyone would be in danger. Congratulations, Brother Chu. This time around, your harvest is truly incomparably great. Long Yun Kong transmitted his voice to Chu-mu. The bronze blood dragon root is a silver high rank. It is worth 1,000 silver hearts. Under certain circumstances, it can be even higher. Its effect is also very shocking. After refining it, it can raise a low-stage Saint Rank's cultivation by 2 layers without any side effects, raise a middle-stage Saint Rank's cultivation by 1 layer, and raise a 7-star or 8-star Saint Rank's cultivation by 1 layer. Hearing Long Yun Kong's words, Chu-mu's left hand trembled. His heart was in turmoil. This item could be refined directly without any side effects. A mid-level saint could directly raise his cultivation by 1 celestial layer. In other words, if he refined it, he would be able to raise his cultivation from the early 4th celestial layer to the early 5th celestial layer. With Chu-mu's strength, an increase of 1 celestial layer would cause an obvious change in his strength. At that time, even if he couldn't defeat a 9-star saint, he wouldn't be killed so easily. How long will it take to refine it? Chu-mu asked. It will take at least 10 days, and the longest will take a month. Moreover, because the power contained in the bronze blood dragon root is very vast, during the refining process, the body will be constantly impacted by the power. If the saint body is not strong enough, it may cause injuries to oneself, which will affect the refining process. Long Yun Kong said, "Brother Chu, if you want to refine it, you have to make sufficient preparations after leaving here. As for what you need to prepare, I'll tell Brother Chu after we leave here." It wasn't that Long Yun Kong didn't want to tell him, but there were a lot of things to prepare. Long Yun Kong himself didn't know the details. He had to go back to the sect and read the relevant books to know. Although it was a pity, Chu-mu understood that it wasn't a good time to refine the bronze blood dragon root, so he put it away. Such a precious thing should be kept in a portable pocket space. However, with Chu-mu's current attainments in the Tao of Space, once he opened the portable pocket space, there would be subtle spatial fluctuations. It wasn't safe. The bronze blood dragon root belonged to Chu-mu. After using up the credit, Chu-mu would get 80% of it, which was equivalent to 800 silver hearts. So he had to give 200 silver hearts to the 4 of them. I don't have 200 silver hearts now, so I'll give them to you later, Chumu said. Okay. Everyone agreed. This was also one of the contents of the previous agreement. They couldn't force the other party to give them if they didn't have them. If this situation happened to them, it would be depressing. But then again, the second layer of the cave was mostly bronze level and very few silver level. Therefore, Chumu didn't know if he could pay the 200 silver hearts to the 4 of them after the exploration of the second layer was over. At present, they could only take one step at a time. After finding the bronze blood dragon root, they didn't find anything else other than the bronze blood dragon root. This lasted for a full 2 hours, which made them very depressed. This is Black Copper, Oregon. Yu Zhen walked past a rock that was as tall as a person and discovered something. Chumu saw this rock earlier than them. However, his understanding of the spiritual herbs and ores in the land of exile was far inferior to the 4 of them. It was easy to distinguish spiritual herbs and ores. However, when some metal ores were wrapped in a layer of outer shell, one needed to know enough to distinguish them. This was Chumu's disadvantage. Black copper ore was a mutation of the bronze stone or vein. It was harder than bronze stone and had a weight that bronze stone didn't have. It was one of the best materials for forging heavy swords. Congratulations, Brother Yu. Such a large piece of black copper ore is not cheap. It's worth at least 1 silver heart. Of course, compared to the bronze blood dragon root, it was much inferior. It was 1,000 times more valuable. Once again, they avoided the patrol team led by the Silver Sinners. They fought steadily and surely. If they all had the strength of a 9-star saint rank, they wouldn't need to be so careful. Unfortunately, they didn't. Any silver rank sinner could crush the 5 of them. Therefore, being extra careful was a prerequisite. They couldn't lose the big picture for the small. In this period of time, Chumu's hearing was extremely useful. In such an environment, the power of the divine soul was seriously interfered with, which was equivalent to being half crippled. It was not as good as the eyes, but the range of vision was very limited. Chumu deliberately practiced the listening sword skill, which came in handy. He could hear the sinners almost thousands of meters away and react quickly. The high-intensity concentration of the mind consumed a lot of energy. After moving forward for a while, they had to stop and rest. While resting, they also had to pay attention to hiding. When the power of the mind recovered, the 5 of them moved again. Some of the ores were found by Long Yun Kong and the other 3 in turn. Chumu only found some eye-catching ones occasionally. As for the spiritual herbs, Chumu found almost all of them first. When they realized that they couldn't find as many spiritual herbs as Chumu, they simply gave up on the spiritual herbs. Instead, they turned their attention to the metal ores. Some of the metal ores were quite valuable. For example, Long Yun Kong found a metal ore the size of a human head. It was called gilt dark copper. It was a mid-grade silver level ore and was worth 200 silver hearts. Of course, there were some differences among the same level. For example, the low-grade silver level ores might be worth 70 or 80 silver hearts. The normal ones were worth 100 silver hearts. The high-grade ones could be worth 200 silver hearts. Long Yun Kong shared 60% of the ores, while Chumu and the other 3 got 10% each. They could all get 20 silver hearts. Gradually, Chumu's debt was reduced a little. While the 5 of them had gained something, Luo Zhongxiu and the other 4 had also gained a lot. After all, the second layer of the cave was more complicated than the first layer. There were many forks in the path. Even if it was a dead end, they could still find a lot of spiritual herbs and ores. This was the benefit of exploring a new place. It was very difficult for those who entered it for the second time to find such a harvest. The deeper they went into the cave, the more valuable the spiritual herbs and ores they found. But as they went down, the strange thing was that Long Yun Kong and the other 3's expressions became more and more serious. Chumu was puzzled. Everyone, you've been to the second layer of the Sinner's Cave several times, right? Long Yun Kong transmitted his voice. Don't you feel that the cave we're in now is bigger than the other caves? I have the same feeling, Yujin said. Same, Su Qingya said. It seems that I'm not mistaken, Mu Gaoli said. Chu Mu didn't say anything. He didn't know what this meant. Brother Chu, this is the first time you've entered the Sinner's Cave. It's normal that you don't know, Long Yun Kong said. Now, there's something I want to say. This cave might be bigger than the second layer. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so big. Their walking speed wasn't as fast as usual. In order to be more secretive, they walked at the same speed as ordinary people. In addition to finding spiritual herbs and other hidden treasures, they had to walk at least 10 miles for 2 hours. If they walked for several hours without stopping, they would have to walk at least 30 to 40 miles. It had been at least 20 hours since they entered the second layer of the cave, and they had walked more than 100 miles. Including the twists and turns, the size of the cave wasn't small. It was much bigger than the second layer of the caves Long Yun Kong and the other 3 had been to before. In this situation, there were 2 possibilities. The first was that this was a super large second layer cave. The second was that there were more than 2 layers. 3 layers. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. They all knew what 3 layers meant. Forget it. Even if it's 3 layers, we can't enter. Let's collect all the spiritual herbs and ores on the second layer first. After a while, they turned a corner and came to a spacious area. There was a large expanse of bronze roots. At a glance, as far as the eye could see, there were at least 1,000 of them. Everyone's eyes lit up. The other 4, except Chu Mu, were even happier. This was because they had found it together. Immediately after, their expressions changed. At another fork in the road, 8 figures actually appeared. Chapter 1736. The sudden encounter caught everyone off guard, especially Chu Mu and the other 4. They originally thought that only the 5 of them had entered. They didn't expect that there would be others. After seeing the 8 of them, Chu Mu finally confirmed that the source of his uneasiness was related to these 8 people. Luo Zhongxiu and the others originally planned not to meet the 5 people who had entered first. This way, the other party wouldn't know of their existence, and it would be easier for them to attack. However, they didn't expect that after going through so many twists and turns, they would end up at the same destination and coincidentally appear at the same time. It was inevitable that they would meet. Luo Zhongxiu. Su Qingya's expression changed as she called out in a low voice. So it's Junior's sister, Su, from Bloodbath City. Luo Zhongxiu's eyes lit up when he saw Su Qingya's face. It seems that you and I are really fated to meet here, even though we are thousands of miles apart. Come, Junior sister Su, join our team. You will definitely gain more than the team you are in now. Luo Zhongxiu's eyes, expression, and tone immediately made it clear that he was interested in Su Qingya. However, his words caused Long Yun Kong and the others to narrow their eyes. A cold light flashed in their eyes. I was wondering who it was. So it's you. What do you mean your team will gain more than ours? Mu Gaoli retorted sharply. Who do you think you are? Chu Mu immediately understood that many of these people knew each other. However, it made sense. After all, Long Yun Kong and the others were geniuses. Moreover, the 4 of them belonged to the second array. Their cultivation had reached the 7-star saint level. Naturally, they would be famous. That Luo Zhongxiu was an 8-star saint. It wasn't surprising that they knew him. With just the 5 of you, a group of 7-star saints. No, there's even a 4-star saint. Luo Zhongxiu and the others were stunned. 4-star saint level? In an instant, all of their gazes were focused on Chu Mu. When they met just now, their main attention was on Su Qingya and the others. They didn't think too much. After all, to enter the first level of the Sinner's Cavern, it was a little risky for a mid-level saint to enter. As for the second level, one would not dare to enter without the strength of a 7-star saint. No one had expected that there would be a mid-level martial saint here. If he was a peak-level 6-star martial saint and was a prodigy, he might be able to move around in the second level with the other high-level martial saints. However, this person was not a 6-star martial saint. He was a 4-star martial saint and a low-level 4-star martial saint. The gaze felt as if it would pierce right through Chu-Mu. After looking at him a few more times, Zhang Xian was finally able to ascertain that the young man before him was a 4-star Saint Primary Realm cultivator. Ha 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 ha, I really don't know if I should say that you guys are overly confident or extremely stupid. Just 4 7-star martial saints actually dared to bring a 4-star martial saint beginner level trash to explore the second level of the cave. One of the 8 people pointed at Chu-Mu and mocked him openly. They were all using the power of their souls to communicate. Otherwise, they were afraid that they would attract the attention of the sinners. The faces of the 8 people were filled with mockery and ridicule. Chu-Mu's expression did not change. It was as if the trash they were talking about had nothing to do with him. Chu-Mu had never been good at this kind of verbal argument, nor did he like it. So what if they said more? He might as well draw his sword directly. It has nothing to do with you guys who we want to explore the cavern with. If you don't want to wake up the sinners, let's explore on our own, Yuzhen said in a deep voice. Junior sister Su, come on. If you team up with us, I guarantee that your harvest will definitely be 3 times more than what you have now. Luo Zhongshu's contemptuous gaze swept over Yuzhen and the others. He naturally knew Long Yunkong's group. After all, that genius reputation was above his. Although Luo Zhongshu could also be considered a genius, he was ranked at the bottom of the 3rd formation. Even so, with his strength as an 8-star saint, it was enough to defeat and even kill an 8-star saint in the middle level. Therefore, even if Long Yunkong, who could be ranked in the top 3 in the second array, was in front of him, he would not care. After all, Long Yunkong was only an 8-star saint in the early level. His strength was indeed stronger, but he was only at the peak of the 7-star saint level. There was a big gap between him and an 8-star saint. If he were to attack, he wouldn't need 3 moves to kill Long Yunkong. Even if the 4 7-star martial saints joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for him. Luo Zhongshu was confident of this. Not to mention, there were 7 other people on his side besides him. They were at least beginner 7-star martial saints. There were also mid and high 7-star martial saints, as well as a peak 7-star martial saint. Whether it was individual strength or team strength, they had an overwhelming advantage. Under such circumstances, why would Luo Zhongshu put them in his eyes? Moreover, he had already made his decision. He would wait until they left the cave and kill all of them. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. More than 3 times. Before Su Qingya could answer, Mu Gaoli revealed a sarcastic smile. He was very clear about their harvest this time. Because of Chu-Mu, they repeatedly discovered that, in terms of harvest, each of them had at least 100 silver hearts. The other party said more than 3 times, which meant that they had at least 300 silver hearts. Was this possible? It was completely impossible. There were 8 people on the other side. If each of them had at least 300 silver hearts, they would have more than 2,400 silver hearts. Therefore, Mu Gaoli revealed a sarcastic smile. Luo Zhongshu, I'm already satisfied with my current harvest. Su Qingya rejected Luo Zhongshu. However, she wasn't stupid. She didn't reveal that they had a good harvest, even though her thoughts were similar to Mu Gaoli's at this moment. Junior sister Su, you have to consider carefully. It's hard to predict the result of traveling with a few weaklings. Luo Zhongshu's tone lowered, containing traces of threat. The others also revealed sinister expressions. However, they didn't dare to release any killing intent. Hee, do you dare to make a move here? Mu Gaoli grinned, provocatively. He was very clear that the other party absolutely wouldn't dare to make a move. Not to mention making a move, they wouldn't even dare to release killing intent. Otherwise, not only would they fail to kill them, they would also die under the sharp claws of the sinners. Mu Gaoli's words immediately caused the faces of Luo Zhongxiu and the others to turn gloomy. Su Qingya didn't reply to Luo Zhongxiu. However, her expression was very clear. She refused. All right, looks like junior sister Su doesn't understand the situation in front of her. Luo Zhongxiu pretended to sigh with emotion. Spiritual transmission could also be so rich. Then his eyes turned cold as he swept his gaze across the faces of the five. Now, each of you will hand over half of your wealth. The sudden change in attitude surprised everyone. They were even more astonished that he would ask for half of their wealth. Luo Zhongxiu, aren't you being too presumptuous? Long Yunkong's tone carried traces of anger. Do you think that I won't dare to make a move here? Since it had already come to this point, Luo Zhongxiu had no choice but to go all out. Let me tell you, once the sinners are alerted, I guarantee that you will be the first to die. In terms of strength, Luo Zhongxiu's side was indeed much stronger than Long Yunkong's side. Therefore, once they were surrounded by the sinners, the first to die would probably be Long Yunkong's group. As for Luo Zhongxiu's group, if they didn't encounter a silver-level sinner, they might be able to survive. This was a probability, a gamble. After realizing this, the faces of Long Yunkong and the others suddenly became very gloomy. Of course, it was undeniable that they still had some trump cards. If they used those trump cards, they might be able to rush out of the sinner's cave and leave alive. However, if they used those trump cards, they wouldn't be able to gain much this time. Think about it. Su Qingya's ice-sealing spiritual jade could only deal with a peak 7-star martial saint and only threaten an 8-star martial saint. Therefore, each of them would have to compensate her with a piece of silver heart. If they had stronger trump cards, they would be worth more. In the face of life, the value of trump cards couldn't be compared to the value of life. However, it was best not to use them if possible. However, did they really have to hand over half of their wealth? You can try and see who dies first. Chu Mu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke in an indifferent and resolute voice. His sudden words indeed caught everyone off guard. However, Long Yunkong and the others didn't refute because until now, except for the fact that they didn't know Chu Mu's specific strength, they admired everything else about him. Moreover, he was also a member of the team and was qualified to make the decision. However, Luo Zhongxiu and the others were all stunned when they heard Chu Mu's words. A 4-star beginner martial saint actually dared to speak to them like this. This was simply revolting. What? A few 7-star martial saints actually let a 4-star martial saint make the decision? Fat Rat's eyes rolled as he provoked. Brother Chu's decision is our decision, Long Yunkong said at the right time. Although I'm not convinced, this is also my opinion, Mu Gaoli said with a smile. That's my opinion, Yu Zhen said in a deep voice. Su Qingya nodded. Everyone's reaction was unexpected, and it made Luo Zhongxiu and the others even more annoyed. They were so angry that they were about to explode. Good, very good. I hope that you can still be so unyielding after leaving the cave. Luo Zhongxiu pointed his finger, and his voice was full of anger. Junior sister Su, you have one last chance to choose. I won't say the same thing a third time. A look of disgust flashed across Su Qingya's face. Okay. Luo Zhongxiu nodded and led the group away. They walked towards a new turn. In fact, what they said before was just a threat. They did not dare to alarm the sinners here. Who knew if they would provoke a silver-ranked sinner? Chapter 1737. Hee, Brother Chu, no matter how strong you are, I have to express my admiration for you. Mu Gaoli chuckled at Chu Mu as he watched Luo Zhongxiu and the others leave. He even changed the way he addressed Chu Mu from a 4-star saint to Brother Chu. You're very courageous. Su Qingya looked deeply at Chu Mu. Su Qingya was a goddess in many people's hearts. Even Luo Zhongxiu, an 8-star saint, admired her. If those who were infatuated with her heard this, they would probably be wild with joy. Unfortunately, Chu Mu didn't show any reaction. Brother Chu, good job. Yu Jin also said, that may be so, but we have to think of a countermeasure. Long Yin Kong said, an 8-star saint and 7 7-star saints were indeed very strong opponents. Of course, if Luo Zhongxu was excluded, the 7 7-star saints were nothing to worry about. The troublesome one was Luo Zhongxu. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. What's there to be afraid of? Mu Gali said, as a genius of the second array, not only could he kill enemies above his level, but he was also valued by the sect. He had some life-saving methods. Therefore, even if they were to face an 8-star saint, they wouldn't tremble in fear. Let's harvest these bronze roots first. If Luo Zhongxiu and the others wanted to compete with them for these bronze roots, it would be troublesome. However, it couldn't be better if they retreated on their own. Brother Luo, there are at least 1,000 bronze roots. They're definitely worth more than a silver heart. Are we just going to let them have it? Fat Rat asked. It's fine. In the end, everything they have will be ours. Luo Zhongxiu said indifferently. His tone was cold. So, Brother Luo already had an idea. The 5 of them came here earlier than us. They should have a lot of harvest. Everyone transmitted their voices, as if Chu Mu and the other 4 were already in their pockets. Not bad, not bad. There's a total of 1,800 bronze roots. This is the largest patch of bronze roots we've discovered so far. Mu Gali was very happy. The 1,800 bronze roots were discovered by them at the same time. If they were to divide them equally, each person would get 20%, which was 360 bronze roots. In total, they would be worth 3,600 bronze hearts. It was quite a good harvest. After splitting the spoils equally, the group continued to venture deeper. The direction they chose was naturally different from the direction Luo Zhongxiu and the others had chosen. After encountering Luo Zhongxiu and the others, they became even more cautious. Although their speed had decreased, it was still better than being discovered. The area of the second layer of the cave was indeed very large, and there were also many forks. Regardless of whether it was a dead end or not, as long as one walked into the forks, there would definitely be a harvest. The bronze root was the most basic, and there were also some other spirit herbs and ores and so on, constantly enriching everyone's wealth. About a day later, they arrived at a spacious area. There was an entrance right in front of them, and it was dark and serene. The faces of the 5 people were all grave. There really is a 3rd level. Yu Zhen's voice grew deeper. The 3rd level. Mu Gali let out a long sigh. Su Qingya's eyes flickered. Long Yunkong's expression kept changing, and Chu Mu kept staring at the entrance, deep in thought. Shall we enter? Mu Gali suddenly asked. The 3rd level was equivalent to the silver level. To them it was extremely attractive. Thinking about it, the most common spirit herb in the 1st layer was the black iron root. A black iron root was worth 10 black iron hearts, which was nothing to them. On the 2nd layer, the most common spirit herb was the bronze root. A bronze root could be sold for 10 black iron hearts. To them, the bronze heart was the true value. Then, the spiritual herbs on the 3rd level would generally be silver roots. If 1 silver root was sold to the Silver City Lord residents, it would be worth 10 silver hearts. Even an 8-star saint or a 9-star saint would be very tempted by 10 silver hearts. It could be said that the spirit herbs in the 3rd layer were the most precious and most valuable. If they could enter and plunder, their wealth would multiply several times, or even dozens of times. However, the 3rd layer's danger level was far higher than the 2nd layer. On the 2nd floor, there were mostly bronze-level sinners. On the 3rd floor, there were mostly silver-level sinners. Any silver sinner, even the weakest one, had the strength of a 9-star saint. It was enough to crush the 5 of them, no matter how much wealth they had. If they didn't have the life to enjoy it, it would be useless. Therefore, between the temptation of great benefits and their own lives, the 5 of them made a choice. "Let's go," Chumu said. Among the 5 of them, his cultivation was the lowest, but his sword heart was the purest. He was the least likely to be swayed by external factors. What a pity. There are so many silver hearts. Mugali sighed and turned around. It couldn't be helped. The 3rd level was indeed very tempting. It was incomparably huge, but it was also too dangerous. Unless all 5 of them had the strength of a 9-star saint, they wouldn't dare to enter to explore. At the very least, if they accidentally woke up the silver-ranked sinners, they would still have a chance to escape. With their current strength, they would definitely be courting death if they went in. Even if the silver sinners were in deep sleep, their senses were far better than bronze sinners. Moreover, none of them could guarantee that they wouldn't encounter any silver sinner guards after entering the 3rd layer. The 5 of them turned around and left. They went to other forks to look for spiritual herbs. After a while, another group of people arrived. It was Luo Zhongxiu and the other 4. The entrance. Could it be the 3rd layer? The 8 of them looked at each other with a shocked expression on their faces. There's actually a 3rd layer. This cave. Their hearts couldn't help but tremble. On the 3rd floor, there were countless silver-level spiritual herbs. That was an incomparably huge amount of wealth. If they could get their hands on it, they would be able to raise their swordsmanship to the highest level, which was level 9, in the shortest time possible. It should be known that there were not many experts who had grasped the 9th level sword force. The main reason was that it required 1,000 silver hearts, which was too difficult to obtain. Even experts who had grasped the 8th level sword force were few and far between. "Brother Luo, are we going in?" One of them almost lost himself in the huge temptation and asked foolishly, "Go in if you want to die." After all, Luo Zhongxiu was an 8-star martial saint expert. In the face of huge temptation, he could still maintain his composure. Hearing Luo Zhongxiu's cold words, everyone suddenly woke up and broke out in cold sweat. That was the cave of countless silver sinners. If they were to enter, they would most likely end up as food for the silver sinners. However, they couldn't accept not going in when they saw it. Did the 5 of them go in? Are you stupid? Even we don't dare to go in. How would a group of 7-star martial saints with a 4-star martial saint beginner dare to go in? Let's go. Luo Zhongxiu turned around and pondered. Although he couldn't enter, it didn't mean that he wouldn't gain anything. As long as he returned to the Black Demon Mansion and reported this matter, he would be rewarded greatly. Perhaps it couldn't be compared to his own exploration, but in comparison it was still worth it. After all, there was no danger. In fact, when everyone woke up, Luo Zhongxiu wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. The others also had the same thought. However, such a 3-floored cave was extremely valuable. Only a powerful force like the City Lord Mansion could afford it. It wasn't that easy. Those weaker forces could only think about it. They couldn't touch it at all because they didn't have the power to do so. Now, let's leave the cave immediately and track the 5 of them. Follow them until they leave the cave, Luo Zhongxiu said. Brother Luo, good idea. Let's do that. Everyone's eyes lit up. As long as they followed the 5 of them out of the cave, they would follow them out of the cave. At that time, they would be able to kill all of them, and everything that the 5 of them obtained would belong to them, because they had already guessed that there were at least 2 entrances to this cave. They didn't enter from the same entrance, so they had to follow them closely so that they wouldn't get lost. Everyone, I think trouble is coming, Chumu said. Brother Chu, you mean Luo Zhongxiu and the others? Long Yunkong asked. I think so. I have a bad feeling, Chumu said. There should be 2 entrances to this cave. The one they entered is different from the one we entered. If they want to make a move on us, they have to know where we are going. The best way is to follow us until we leave the cave, Su Qingya analyzed. It was the first time she had said so much. Everyone could understand what she was trying to say. It seems like they are really treating us as prey. Mu Gaoli's eyes flashed with a trace of blood. No one would be happy to be treated as prey, especially geniuses like them. We will have to leave the cave eventually. The longer we stay, the more disadvantageous it will be. Yu Zhen said, apart from Luo Zhongxiu, the other 7 are nothing to worry about. Although Luo Zhongxiu is an 8-star saint, his strength is comparable to an 8-star saint. If we join forces, we might be able to fight him, but there are others. Long Yunkong analyzed. Brother Chu, how strong are you? Mu Gaoli looked at Chu Mu and asked. I won't be any weaker than you, Chu Mu replied seriously. At this time they couldn't joke around. Even if they had doubts, they had to believe Chu Mu. Even if Brother Chu is a peak 7-star saint, the 5 of us together won't be able to contend against them. It seems like we will have to use some trump cards in the end. After talking for a while, everyone had a rough idea of what was going on. They didn't linger on purpose, nor did they speed up to leave. Instead, they moved forward steadily and picked up the spiritual herbs. Luo Zhongxiu and the other 8 followed a few hundred meters away. Chapter 1738. He drew his sword. The obscure sword light looked sharp like black lightning, blending into the dim light in the cave. Under the sword, a bronze sinner's heart was dug out instantly. Its body trembled slightly, but it didn't make any noise and didn't disturb the other sinners. This was when Chu Mu discovered a stalk of spirit medicine growing on the cave wall and was about to pick it. However, a bronze rank sinner was sleeping next to the spirit medicine. That sinner just happened to flip over and almost touched the spirit medicine. Chu Mu's reaction was extremely fast, and he ended it with a single slash. That sword was very sharp and smooth, like flowing water. Everyone's eyes lit up. They also believed that Chu Mu, a 4-star martial saint, shouldn't be inferior to them. This is unbelievable, Yu Zhen said to himself. It was hard to believe that a mere 4-star martial saint would possess strength comparable to theirs, and he didn't seem to be relying on any treasures. This spiritual herb was a bronze supreme grade spiritual herb and was worth 10,000 bronze hearts. Everyone could get another 1,000 bronze hearts. Luo Zhongxiu and the other sinners were less than 200 meters away from Chu Mu and the others. They didn't deliberately look for any spiritual herbs. They just followed Chu Mu and the others closely to prevent them from getting lost. To Luo Zhongxiu and the others, since they had already made up their minds to catch Chu Mu and the other sinners in one fell swoop and take everything from them as spoils of war, then the actions of the 5 sinners now were equivalent to helping them reap the rewards in advance. Everyone knew that Luo Zhongxiu and the others were following them, but they couldn't think of a good way to get rid of them. It wasn't appropriate to make a move. If they made any noise, it could bring disaster to themselves. There were more forks on the 2nd floor than on the 1st floor. Chu Mu and the other sinners tried their best to find spiritual herbs and reaped great rewards. Search as much as you want. You'll find that all of this is just a wedding dress for others. Luo Zhongxiu and the others laughed secretly. After a while, the forks on the 2nd floor were finally searched. Everyone had a great harvest. They returned to the 1st floor from the entrance. The birthing pool came into view. Around the birthing pool stood dozens of black iron-level sinners. The 5 of them reacted very quickly and immediately drew their sword light. Without a sound, 5 different sword lights flashed across the sky like lightning and attacked the dozens of black iron-level sinners. In the end, the black iron sinners were not strong enough, and there were not many of them. There were only a few dozen of them, and before they could react, their heads were chopped off, and they fell into the birthing pool one by one. The water in the birthing pool appeared very viscous. When the sinner's head and body fell into it, it did not cause any splashes, nor did it make any sound. In fact, even if there was a sound, it did not matter. After all, the birthing pool was the birthplace of black iron rank sinners. The sinners constantly dug out black iron ores to throw into the pool, so the sound was very familiar to the other sinners. Let's go. Let's speed up and leave, said Long Yunkong. Everyone's speed suddenly increased by several times. Similarly, they did not make any noise and quickly left. Although there were still some places on the first floor that they had not searched, to them, who had already searched the second floor, the spiritual herbs and ores on the first floor were no longer attractive. The highest grade of spiritual herbs on the first floor was only mid-bronze grade. Moreover, there were at most 1 or 2 stalks. Most of them were black iron level. Even the best black iron level ones were only worth a bronze core. They were not even as valuable as the bronze root that could be easily found on the second floor. Moreover, there were pursuers behind them. Although they were not afraid, it was best if they did not have to fight. After all, Luo Zhongshu alone was enough to make them wary. They sped up and followed the best route to the exit. At this time, Luo Zhongshu and the others had also arrived at the first floor through the entrance of the second floor. After glancing at the birthing pool, a faint light flashed in their eyes, and they quickly chased in the direction that Chu Mu and the others had left. In the path of tracking, Fat Rat had extraordinary talent and rich experience. There was no way he would make a mistake. With our current strength, we can't explore the third floor yet. While flying forward, Long Yun Kong transmitted his voice. Now, I have 2 ideas. The first is to not let anyone know about the existence of the cave except for the few of us. When we have enough strength, we can form a team and explore the third floor together. The second idea is to report this to the sect and let the sect explore the cave. Naturally, we will be rewarded by the sect. The first point isn't realistic. If we want to have the strength of a 9-star saint, we'll need at least a few decades to 100 years. During this period of time, someone might discover this cave because there's more than one entrance to this cave. We only know of one entrance and don't know of the other one. Yu Zhen analyzed. Moreover, even if no one else discovers this cave, Luo Zhongshu and the others have already known about it and entered it. They will definitely not let go of such a good opportunity. It is very likely that they will report this to the sect and be rewarded by the sect. Everyone understood Yu Zhen's analysis, including Long Yun Kong. However, there were some things that needed to be made clear to avoid unnecessary disputes that would destroy their friendship and turn them against each other. In that case, we can only choose the second option. Long Yun Kong said, Brother Chu doesn't belong to any force. Brother Yu and I belong to the 3 saint schools. Sister Su comes from the Blood Sword sect. Brother Mu comes from the Blood Sword sect. So, which force should we report this cave to? This was the most important point. Of the 3 forces, the Slaughtering Blood Hall was the strongest, followed by the 3 sacred schools, and then the Blood Sword sect. However, even the Blood Sword sect was a very powerful force, not much weaker than the 3 sacred schools, and the 3 sacred schools were not much weaker than the Slaughtering Blood Hall. Once Long Yun Kong said that, everyone fell silent. Without a doubt, it would be reported to the sect by the corresponding disciples. For example, if it was reported to the 3 saint schools, it would obviously be Long Yun Kong and Yu Zhen. Then, the 2 of them would be rewarded greatly. Material rewards were very easy to distribute. The 5 of them could share it equally without any conflicts. However, material rewards were only one of the benefits of being a member of a sect. Apart from that, there was also contribution to the sect. It could also increase the importance of the sect and influence their status in the sect. Brother Chu, what do you think? Yu Zhen asked Chu Mu. Everyone also looked at Chu Mu. Because Chu Mu was the only one among them who didn't belong to any sect. You can discuss among yourselves. I only want sinners' hearts. It would be best if they were silver hearts. Chu Mu said he needed enough silver hearts to sacrifice at the dark deity, Huge Sword. Although they had gained a lot from exploring the first 2 floors of the cave, Chu Mu didn't plan to sell some of them. Naturally, he didn't have enough silver hearts. Chu Mu didn't have any objections. The 4 of them secretly let out a sigh of relief. Now, they only needed to coordinate among the 3 forces. Slaughtering Blood Manor is the strongest. We should report to them, said Su Qingya. Her reason was very good. Although our 3 sacred sects isn't as strong as Slaughtering Blood Manor, we still have the ability to explore the 3rd floor of the cave. Moreover, the one who discovered this cave is Junior Brother Long. Therefore, we should report to the 3 sacred sects. Yu Zhen's words were also reasonable. I think we should report to Blood Sword sect, said Mu Gaoli. He didn't give any reason because he didn't have any good reason to convince others. In terms of strength, Blood Sword sect was inferior to Slaughtering Blood Manor and 3 sacred sects. Moreover, he was invited by Long Yunkong and wasn't the first one to discover the cave. Even so, he still had to fight for it. Everyone, I think that before we reach a conclusion, shouldn't we first get rid of this problem? Said Chumu. Everyone suddenly realized that it was too early to talk about the issue of distribution. Luo Zhongxiu and the others were a big problem. They probably also saw them as targets that they had to get rid of. It seems like we have to fight them. It's unavoidable. They had originally planned to avoid them, but now it seemed that they had no choice but to deal with them, unless they voluntarily gave up on the cave. However, even if they didn't dare to enter the 3rd floor, it didn't mean that they had to give up. Even the 7 kings couldn't ignore such a huge treasure, let alone them. Apart from Luo Zhongxiu, the others are nothing to worry about, said Yu Zhen. Therefore, our main opponent is Luo Zhongxiu. Speaking of Luo Zhongxiu, everyone fell silent. Luo Zhongxiu was an 8-star early-level saint, but he had the strength of an 8-star mid-level saint. He was much stronger than them. Even if they used their trump cards, they couldn't guarantee that they could kill Luo Zhongxiu. After all, Luo Zhongxiu himself might have some kind of secret trump card. As long as his strength increased, he would become even stronger. Therefore, the only person they were worried about was Luo Zhongxiu. Although the others were all 7-star saint level, they were all ordinary 7-star saint level. In terms of strength, there was a big gap between them and the 4 of them. Only the one who was at the peak of 7-star saint level could be their opponent. The other 6 were nothing to worry about. Even so, they couldn't compete with the 8 of them. This was also the reason why everyone wanted to get rid of Luo Zhongxiu's group and leave this place. At that time, they didn't think too far ahead. Now that they thought about it and brought it up, they had to think of a way to deal with it. 5 against 8. With their trump cards, they were confident that they wouldn't be killed, but they weren't confident that they could kill all of their opponents. The 4 of you should be able to deal with the 7 7-star saints, right? Chu Mu suddenly asked. They're just 7 ordinary 7-star saints. It won't take much effort to kill them, said Mu Gaoli with a smile. Since that's the case, I'll leave the 7 7-star saints to the 4 of you. Leave Luo Zhongxiu to me. Chu Mu's words caused everyone to be incomparably shocked. In an instant, it was as if a world-shaking thunderbolt had ripped through the air and struck their hearts. Chapter 1739. Brother Chu, you must be joking. Long Yunkong stuttered. The other 3 also looked at Chu Mu with incomparable astonishment. Their faces were full of shock, and they thought they had misheard. Brother Chu, I'll leave that 7-star saint to you. Yu Zhen could only say, Don't worry, I won't joke about my life. Chu Mu said calmly. His tone was full of confidence. It was a kind of confidence that could convince others. However, it still sounded unbelievable. Before, when Chu Mu said that his strength was about the same as Long Yunkong and the other 3, only Long Yunkong believed him without a doubt. The other 3 were skeptical. Yet now, Chu Mu said that he would let him deal with Luo Zhongxiu. Luo Zhongxiu's strength had reached the 8-star saint realm. Under normal circumstances, a 8-star saint realm beginner could crush a 7-star saint realm peak, let alone an 8-star saint realm intermediate. Their first reaction was that Chu Mu was joking. However, Chu Mu's expression and answer were full of confidence. It was a kind of confidence that came from the bottom of his heart. Brother Chu, I think we should think about it at length, Long Yunkong said. Long Yun-kong said. He felt that he should believe Chu Mu's words. However, the difference in cultivation was too great, so he couldn't help but be suspicious. If he knew that Chu Mu had once killed an 8-star middle stage sacred rank expert, he wouldn't think this way. Let's make a decision as soon as possible. They have already caught up, Chu Mu said. At this time, they were not far away from the exit. The speed at which they left was several times faster than when they entered. They didn't stop to look for spiritual herbs or take any side roads. Their efficiency was more than 10 times faster than before. Naturally, they were very fast. Luo Zhongxiu and the other 4 followed them from afar. After an hour, the 5 of them rushed out of the exit one after another. Immediately, there was a loud bang. The entrance was cut open by a tyrannical sword light. Chu Mu originally planned to make a noise when they rushed out to awaken the sinners and attack Luo Zhongxiu and the others. Unfortunately, Luo Zhongxiu and the others were only 200 meters away from Chu Mu, and the sinners were the least at the entrance. Even if they were awakened, they wouldn't be able to stop Luo Zhongxiu and the others. Moreover, when Chu Mu and the others approached the exit, Luo Zhongxiu directly slashed out a tyrannical sword light towards Chu Mu and the others. Since they were already at the exit, they naturally didn't have so many scruples. So what if they woke the sinners up? They would have rushed out of the cave by the time they surrounded them. Kill! After the 5 of them rushed out of the cave, they turned around and drew their swords. They displayed their tyrannical sword techniques and charged towards the exit. At the same time, a tyrannical sword light shot out from the torn entrance. There were a total of 8 sword lights. Under the collisions, the entrance was constantly torn open and grew larger. The sinners in the cave had already been awakened. They all woke up and rushed towards the exit. Naturally, the ones at the front were the black iron sinners. The bronze-level sinners on the 2nd floor were slower to awaken and had to rush from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor. The silver-level sinners on the 3rd floor were the slowest to awaken and had to rush from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor. It would take a considerable amount of time. Under their sword techniques, the entrance was constantly torn open and expanded. At the same time, the cave began to collapse due to the power of the sword techniques. Luo Zhongxiu's group of 8 charged out of the cave. Amid the rumbling sounds, a section of the cave collapsed to block the entrance and exit. It also blocked the sinner's path. With hundreds of meters of collapsed space, it would take a considerable amount of time to get through. Swear to be slaves, and I'll spare your lives. As soon as Luo Zhongxiu appeared, he pointed his sword and shouted. Now that they were outside, they didn't have to worry so much. They could release their auras and display their strength to their heart's content. You're the ones who will die. Mu Gali chuckled and waved his scarlet sword. His aura was like blood rising into the sky. The ground beneath his feet seemed to be dyed red. This was the unique cultivation technique of the Blood Sword sect. Blood splashes, 1,000-ly, Junior Sister Sue. Surrender now, and you can live. Luo Zhongxiu coldly smiled. Su Qingya acted as if she hadn't heard him and continued to raise her sword. Good, very good. Looks like you don't want to live anymore. Luo Zhongxiu was so angry that he laughed. His face was cold and murderous. Take out your trump cards. I want to see what trash like you have to fight me. His words infuriated them, but they didn't lose their rationality and foolishly charged forward. Leave Luo Zhongxiu to me. The other 7 are yours. Chu Mu said lightly. His silver divine armor appeared, covering his entire body. The demon fighter vambrace was activated. His left hand opened, and the eternal spirit sword appeared out of thin air. With both swords in his hands, he crossed them like a pair of wings. His speed increased, and in an instant he shot towards Luo Zhongxiu. Chu Mu's speed was too fast. The moment he finished speaking, he had already turned into a ray of light, approaching Luo Zhongxiu with lightning speed. Long Yun-kong and the others didn't have time to react. In an instant, Chu Mu's speed had reached the level of an 8-star saint. Luo Zhongxiu was also very surprised. How could a beginner-level 4-star martial saint possess such terrifying, explosive speed? It wasn't enough. This speed wasn't fast enough for him. It was still within his range of vision. Ants will always be ants. Die for me. Luo Zhongxiu smiled malevolently and fiercely slashed his sword. Under the sword light, the void was cut open like a cake. It was too fast. Chu Mu was cut in half by the sword light. Brother Chu! Long Yunkong shouted in shock. But Luo Zhongxiu frowned. He didn't feel that the sword had cut him. It was just a residual shadow. The residual shadow was broken, and the secret method of Sword God Descends was activated. The cold sword light came from the left. It was two intersecting sword light, which formed a cross. There was no way to dodge. No one understood how, in that instant, Chu Mu, a 4-star saint rank initial stage, was able to dodge Luo Zhongxiu's ferocious slash. Long Yunkong and the other 3 were stunned. Fat Pig and the other 7 were also stunned. With 2 swords in hand, Chu Mu seemed to have become a completely different person. The incomparably sharp sword light was like a thunderclap across the sky. Every sword seemed to cut open the void, leaving light scars behind. The power was astonishing, causing people to tremble in fear. Wielding a sword in each hand, Luo Zhongxiu used different sword moves. He could only counter each move with all his might. He was extremely shocked in his heart. He had almost been beaten silly by Chu Mu. But as he came back to his senses, he also launched a fierce counterattack. The strength of an 8-star saint was not weak after all. Even if Chu Mu could resist, he couldn't defeat his opponent quickly. They could only fight to a draw. Kill! Seeing Chu Mu stall Luo Zhongxiu and fight equally with him, Long Yunkong woke up from his shock. He let out a low roar and used a powerful sword technique. The sword light was endless, as if white clouds were floating down from the horizon. Each white cloud was an amalgamation of sharp sword aura that attacked the 7 7-star saints. Immediately, Yu Zhen, Mu Gaoli, and Su Qingyao also attacked. Fat Rat and the other 6 reacted quickly and launched a counterattack. For against 7, even if Long Yunkong and the other 3 were the geniuses of the second array and were powerful enough to suppress the 7 opponents, the 7 were not weak. They wouldn't be killed so easily, for against 7, 1 against 1, formed 2 battlefields. This was the second time that Chu Mu fought against an 8-star saint. The first time, he was in a difficult situation. In the end, he had to use a secret method to attack his spirit to kill his opponent. The second time, his strength was better than before. Therefore, he could fight his opponent head-on without being at a disadvantage. For Chu Mu, this was a huge improvement. Of course, it was based on the premise that Chu Mu used the secret method of Sword God Descends. If he didn't use this secret method, it would be difficult for him to fight an 8-star saint. If he had time to use the secret method of Divine Wilderness Unity, his strength would increase a lot. At that time, it would be easy for him to defeat an 8-star saint. Unfortunately, it took some time to use the secret method of Divine Wilderness Unity. Obviously, Luo Zhongxiu wouldn't give Chu Mu the time. I have to kill my opponent before the power of Sword God Descends is exhausted, Chu Mu thought. Therefore, he kept attacking. He used his 2 swords to attack. Exquisite swordsmanship was displayed. Every sword was exquisite to the extreme. It was like an antelope hanging its horn. It was unconstrained and unpredictable. Every sword carried a terrifying power, forcing Luo Zhongxiu to concentrate all his attention to deal with it. The 9th grade sword energy was even more shocking to everyone. They didn't expect that a 4-star saint would be able to master a 9th grade sword force. Even Long Yunkong, who was most familiar with Chu Mu, couldn't imagine this. After all, Chu Mu had only used a 5th grade sword force before. That was already shocking enough. The difference between a 5th grade sword force and a 9th grade sword force was unimaginable. Using the sinner's heart as a calculation, a 5th grade sword force would only require 100 bronze hearts, while a 9th grade sword force would require 1,000 silver hearts. In between, there was still a 6th grade sword force. A 7th grade sword force and an 8th grade sword force would require 1,000 bronze hearts, 10 silver hearts, and 100 silver hearts, respectively. What is Brother Chu's background? Mu Gaoli and the others were shocked. At the same time, they had many doubts. They vaguely knew that Chu Mu came from the outside world. However, those who entered the land of exile from the outside world were usually people who had nowhere to go. Sword, 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 sword. Luo Zhongxu was quite depressed. A mere 4-star saint was like an ant in his eyes. He could kill a large group of ants with just a casual sword. However, Yi Shiwen had displayed such terrifying strength. He kept attacking and even mastered a 9th grade sword force. His swordsmanship was extremely exquisite and far superior to Luo Zhongxu's. For a moment, Luo Zhongxu couldn't find a chance to counterattack. He could only defend and dodge. Chapter 1740. The sword light was violent and continuous. It was like a rainstorm falling from the sky, or a waterfall pouring down, with thunder and fire roaring. Chu Mu was like a puppet that didn't know fatigue. He kept attacking with high intensity. He had been attacking for quite some time, but there was no sign of him weakening. This made Luo Zhongxu's original plan of waiting for Chu Mu to show weakness to counterattack fail. He was an 8-star saint level beginner with the strength of an 8-star saint level intermediate, but he was suppressed by a 4-star saint level beginner who looked down on him like an ant. He could only block and dodge continuously, and it was difficult for him to find a chance to counterattack. Even if he counterattacked with his sword, his opponent would quickly dodge it and then block it. Luo Zhongxu had a very strange feeling. It was as if the trajectory of his every counterattack was predicted by his opponent in advance. He couldn't understand the wonders of the sword of will in the 5 realms of swordsmanship. If it wasn't for the huge gap between his cultivation and Chu Mu's, he wouldn't even have a chance to dodge or block under the sword of will. The sword aura surged and attacked fiercely. It was like a meteor breaking through the sky, or a meteorite falling to the ground. In an instant, the next sword suddenly changed. It was like a breeze blowing on the face or a gurgling stream. The style was very different and varied, but no matter how it changed, it still had amazing power. If it was only one style of sword technique, Luo Zhongxu would have an easier time finding an opportunity to counterattack. However, Chu Mu's sword style was all-encompassing. Between the changes, there was not the slightest pattern to follow. Wherever his heart moved, wherever his intent moved, the sword light would arrive. It was neither sluggish nor lingering, natural and unfathomable. Coupled with the sword of will, it was even more exquisite. In the face of Chu Mu's attack, Luo Zhongxu was extremely aggrieved. There was a ball of anger in his heart that was about to explode. This swordsmanship was so exquisite. He didn't know how much better it was than his own. There was no comparison at all. An 8-star saint was actually suppressed by a 4-star saint in terms of swordsmanship. It was hard to imagine. Not only that, but the 4-star saint's swordsmanship was also extremely powerful. It was completely capable of threatening his life. The combination of the two brought about a great threat to him, making him unable to find a chance to counterattack. On the other side, Long Yinkong and the others, perhaps because they were strong enough, or perhaps because they were stimulated by Chu Mu, allowed their strength to exceed their normal performance. They had already suppressed the 7 people. It seemed that it wouldn't take long for the 4 of them to kill the 7 people. According to the current situation, Chu Mu's side had the upper hand. Perhaps defeating or even killing the other side was only a matter of time. The 7 people began to feel anxious. Their strength was just average. They belonged to the normal 7-star saint level. Even if one or two of them were more powerful than the ordinary 7-star saint level, they were only 20 or 30% more powerful. They were not geniuses. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before they were defeated or even killed by the 4 people. Luo Zhongxiu, who was the most powerful, was now suppressed by a 4-star saint level beginner. This situation made them feel unbelievable. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel a little panicked. In their panic, they couldn't bring out their strength. The key point was the battle between Chu Mu and Luo Zhongxiu. The outcome of their battle would affect the overall situation. If Chu Mu won, Luo Zhongxiu's side would naturally be unlucky. On the other hand, if Luo Zhongxiu won, Chu Mu's side would also be unlucky. Chu Mu didn't know this. There was only one thought in his mind. That was to attack, attack, attack. He gave full play to his swordsmanship. He wanted to suppress his opponent, weaken his opponent's fighting spirit little by little, and finally find an opportunity to defeat him. Luo Zhongxiu kept retreating, defending, and dodging. The evil fire in his heart accumulated, and his face was ferocious. Damned ant. With a roar, Luo Zhongxiu burst out with all his strength and performed a secret technique. His strength instantly increased by 5 times. There were 2 kinds of secret techniques that could increase one's strength. One required a certain amount of time to perform. This kind of secret technique basically didn't have any side effects. The other kind could be performed instantly. It was fast and could be used directly in battle. However, there were certain side effects. The Sword God's Descent secret technique belonged to the second kind. However, its side effects wouldn't harm the user. It was just that the power of the secret technique would be consumed. It would take a considerable amount of time to recover. It would be difficult to use it again in a short period of time. Luo Zhongxiu's secret technique wasn't as good as Chu Mu's Sword God's Descent. However, it had a negative side effect. Once the secret technique's duration was up, the user's sword energy would be exhausted. His strength would decrease drastically, and it would take a certain amount of time to recover. It was precisely because of this that Luo Zhongxiu didn't want to use it. However, he had no choice now. His strength increased by 5 times in an instant. Luo Zhongxiu became even more powerful. He no longer dodged and directly faced Chu Mu's sword attack head-on. He wanted to use his tyrannical strength to defeat Chu Mu's sword attack. Under the situation where Luo Zhongxiu's strength increased by 5 times, he suddenly surpassed Chu Mu. He became even more powerful. The situation that was originally suppressed and at a disadvantage began to reverse. When one's strength reached a certain level, one could ignore skills unless one's skills also reached a certain level. However, this was relative. There was no doubt that Chu Mu's skills were unparalleled. It was precisely because of his skills that he was able to surpass several levels and suppress his opponent with his own strength. However, that was the limit of his current strength. Under the situation where his opponent's strength increased, the situation was suddenly reversed. At this moment, Fat Rat and the other 6 people were greatly encouraged. They were able to fully exert their strength. They were able to withstand the sword attacks of Long Yun Kong and the others. They wouldn't be defeated for the time being. Hang in there. As long as Brother Luo kills him, we'll win. This was their only hope at the moment. On the contrary, Chu Mu was suppressed and could only bitterly resist. The 5 times increase in strength was very obvious. Soon, Chu Mu was in imminent danger. However, he was very tenacious. Sword Realm. Chu Mu displayed his skills again. Sword Realm belonged to the power of a realm. So far, none of the opponents that Chu Mu had encountered in the Land of Exile had mastered Sword Realm. With his current level of beginner 4-star martial saint, the Sword Realm that he displayed could not affect Luo Zhongxiu, who was at beginner 8-star martial saint. However, Chu Mu did not want to affect his opponent. Instead, he wanted to increase his strength and speed. His physique had reached level 5 divine body. It was very strong, even stronger than Luo Zhongxiu's. With the enhancement of the silver divine armor and the demon fighter vambrace, his strength and speed were further enhanced. Now, with the enhancement of the sword realm, his strength was further enhanced. Realm of Silence. After using the sword realm, Chu Mu used his next trump card, entering the realm of silence. One's grasp of everything around them would be 10 times clearer. This was a very significant improvement, mainly because it would consume the power of the primordial spirit. Therefore, Chu Mu did not use it easily, but now he had to use it. After displaying the sword realm and the realm of silence, Chu Mu found that the sword realm and the realm of silence were very compatible. Originally, when he was in the sword domain, Chu Mu could better grasp the opponent's movements. However, the silent void realm greatly increased his spiritual awareness. With such close proximity, mutual dependence, and mutual amplification, it was further enhanced. Combined with the intense sword, Chu Mu could clearly see the trajectory of Luo Zhongshu's sword technique and make judgments more clearly. The situation that had been suppressed and at a disadvantage was suddenly reversed. Both sides were equal. For a moment, no one could suppress the other. How can this be? Luo Zhongshu was shocked. Brother Chu is really... Long Yun Kong and the other 3 were even more shocked. The feeling of rising and falling was very challenging. As for Fat Rat and the other 6, their eyes almost popped out. In a moment of carelessness, the weakest beginner 7-star martial saint was immediately pierced through by Mu Gali's strange move. It pierced through his head and shattered his primordial spirit. 4 against 7 became 4 against 6. The death of one person had a certain impact on the other 6. In addition, Luo Zhongshu, who had used a secret technique, was unable to defeat his opponent quickly. The remaining 6 people's minds were once again affected. Damn, Aunt, don't force me. Otherwise, you will die miserably. Luo Zhongshu could not do anything to Chu Mu, so he could only threaten him to disturb Chu Mu's mind. However, Chu Mu did not seem to hear him. He was completely immersed in his own rhythm. Friend, you and I have no enmity. If you stop now, I promise that I will not cause you any trouble. I can also promise that I will not tell anyone about what happened here. Luo Zhongshu was furious, but he still continued to say patiently. However, Chu Mu was unmoved. With all kinds of trump cards, he continued to attack. Under the surging sword force, his control became more and more skillful. Immediately, as if he had understood something, the 9th grade sword force suddenly vibrated and its power increased. At this point, Chu Mu finally succeeded in integrating the 9th grade sword force into the true meaning of Quake. Cloud-piercing sword style. Cutting path sword style. He performed 2 sword styles, which were extremely powerful and attacked Luo Zhongshu. The exquisite sword style made Luo Zhongshu's face change drastically. He had to perform a defensive sword technique to resist and quickly retreat. Pure Yang, the divine body power, was activated. The power of Pure Yang was not as strong as the spiritual sword. However, Pure Yang was compatible with the attribute of the blazing glory spiritual sword, so it was more powerful. Spiritual sword, the 2nd type of divine body power, was activated. With a low roar, his right forearm suddenly expanded and power emerged and condensed. This was the giant strength technique. Immediately, power burst out and poured into the blazing glory spiritual sword. The spiritual fire on the blazing glory spiritual sword seemed to become a blazing flame, burning fiercely. The temperature was higher and the power was stronger. Sword origin. 2 saint body powers, eternal sword will, trembling sword intent, giant strength technique, explosive strength technique, and the blazing brilliant spiritual sword's own power. In a flash, they merged into one. Under the sword domain, the empty space realm and the sword intent technique were used. The most violent sword move, shocking sky sword move, was displayed. This was Chu Mu's most powerful sword style so far. Chapter 1741. With a loud roar, Heaven and earth collapsed, and the void shattered. The power of the sword was so strong. The pupils of the 8-star martial sage, Luo Zhongshu, instantly contracted. An unprecedented panic appeared in his heart. Strong. The power of the sword was too strong. It was so strong that it could threaten his life. The terrifying sword light, the violent sword move, and the domineering power that could shatter the sky swept over. Block! Luo Zhongshu roared with all his strength and held his sword in front of him. The two swords collided, and a terrifying airflow shot out in all directions. The earth-shattering sound was as if the sky had shattered and thunder had struck. Even the people who were fighting fiercely hundreds of meters away felt their ears go deaf. Their minds were buzzing, and they could not concentrate. The swords in their hands also paused slightly. The power of the collision was too strong. It was indescribable. Luo Zhongshu only felt an incomparably powerful force collide with the sword in his hand. The tyrannical vibrational force crazily struck his palm, numbing his arm and causing his entire body to uncontrollably tremble. He continuously retreated, and his sword was knocked away. His center of gravity was unstable, and he lost his balance. This was a great opportunity. Chu Mu endured the numbness in his right arm and the boiling blood in his body. He forced himself to gather strength again. Die. He lifted the eternal spiritual sword in his left hand. The sky seemed to split open, and a white sword chi that was full of murderous intent fell from the sky and locked onto Luo Zhongshu. The white sword radiance that was full of murderous intent slashed down instantly. It was so fast that it filled Luo Zhongshu's eyes. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Luo Zhongshu gritted his teeth and stared at the white sword chi that was full of murderous intent. He tried his best to activate his sword origin and all the power that he could use. However, although the power of the killing sword move of Heaven Scar was the weakest among Chu Mu's moves, it had a special feature. It could not be dodged. At least, Luo Zhongshu could not dodge it given his ability. Block, block, block. Luo Zhongshu was an 8-star martial sage after all. He immediately realized that he could not dodge it. Since he could not dodge it, he could only block it. He gripped the sword in his left hand and exerted force with his right hand. He barely managed to put the sword in front of him to block the Sky Scar, killing sword style. With a clang, Luo Zhongshu could no longer hold the sword in his hand, and it flew out of his hand. The white sword chi of the killing sword style of the Heavenly Scar was also shattered. The sword chi continued forward, cutting Luo Zhongshu's robe into pieces. Die. The third sword had arrived. As the clouds and mist emerged, Luo Zhongshu's body swayed and his hands went numb. He felt as if he had fallen into a swamp and could not control himself. In front of him, an extremely condensed sword light silently pierced through the void like a flowing light. He recognized this move. It was a move that had been used before, and it had forced him to use all his strength to deal with it. At this moment in his current state, and without the sword in his hand, he was completely powerless to resist. Stop! Luo Zhongshu let out a final scream. This was his final voice in this world. At this moment, his heart was filled with boundless regret. He actually dared to underestimate a 4-star martial saint primary level expert and even made an enemy out of him. However, there was no medicine for regret. As the sword passed by, the space between Luo Zhongshu's eyebrows split open and his head was pierced. Luo Zhongshu's consciousness was shattered. The tip of the sword turned and cut off Luo Zhongshu's head, directly capturing his unconscious primordial spirit. Luo Zhongshu's primordial spirit had reached the late stage of the 4th stage. Even if he did not cultivate any primordial spirit defense secret method, given the level of Chu Mu's primordial spirit and primordial spirit attack secret method, it would be difficult to kill him. Now Luo Zhongshu was dead. Luo Zhongshu's shrill scream before his death was like a sharp sword that pierced into the hearts of Fat Rat and the others. Their minds instantly trembled, and their strength weakened. Then they saw Chu-Mu holding a sword with both hands and rushing toward them like a swallow. They were scared out of their wits. In this way, Fat Rat and the others were killed one after another. Although some of them wanted to blow themselves up and exchange their lives for Luo Zhongxiu's, they were discovered in advance by Chu-Mu. It was too late. Luo Zhongxiu and the others were all killed. At this time, the power of the Sword God's descent secret method in Chu-Mu's body was depleted. The divine wilderness sword energy was also basically depleted. He was unable to maintain the silver divine armor and demon vanquishing vambrace. The power of his primordial spirit was also depleted by 80 to 90%. His arms were sore and his muscles were in pain as if they were being torn apart. It could be said that in the battle with Luo Zhongxiu, Chu-Mu had used all his strength and finally killed Luo Zhongxiu. As a result, his various powers were almost completely depleted and his internal organs were injured. It could be said that he was at his weakest now. Any low-level martial saint could defeat or even kill him. However, the powerful self-healing power of a fifth-level martial saint body worked. The wood aspect origin in his heart was also constantly spewing out rich vitality. It spread throughout Chu-Mu's body, causing his injuries to heal rapidly. In just a few breaths, Chu-Mu felt that his body was much better. However, this was the recovery of injuries. The power consumed was not that easy to recover, especially the power of his primordial spirit. If Long Yun-Kong and the other three had any thoughts of betrayal now, Chu-Mu would be in a very dangerous situation. However, he was not afraid at all. It was not that he had full trust in them, but he still had a trump card that he had not revealed. The trump card worked, but it was just a thought. The speed of his thought was faster than the others, so he was not affected. "Brother Chu, I don't know how to describe you anymore." Long Yun-Kong's voice was trembling. It was not fear, but a kind of excitement that even he could not describe. It was excitement that came from the bottom of his heart. It was already frightening enough that a 4-star Saint primary stage cultivator would possess strength comparable to theirs. Who could have thought that he would actually be able to kill Luo Zhongxiu, who was an 8-star Saint intermediate stage cultivator? Even though the process was extremely arduous, and they had exhausted all of their means, they were still able to do so. Yu Zhen, Su Qingya, and Mu Gaoli looked at Chu-Mu with eyes full of horror, as if they had seen a ghost. Terrifying, truly too terrifying. Thinking back to when they first saw Chu-Mu, they were extremely disdainful in their hearts. Although they gradually changed their opinions, they still believed that Chu-Mu's strength was incomparable to theirs. His so-called saying that he was about the same as them was just putting gold on his face. They didn't expect him to be so modest. It wasn't that he was about the same as them, but that he far surpassed them. At this time, there was only shock and horror in their hearts. There was no other thought. Chu-Mu had already taken out some elixirs to speed up the recovery of his sword origin. As for the power of his saint body and primordial spirit, there was no suitable elixir, so they could only recover slowly for the time being. Except for Long Yun-Kong, the other three were speechless. It was not until a long time later that they exhaled a very heavy breath, indicating that their hearts were extremely heavy. "Brother Chu, your strength." Gaoli, who was as sharp as wood, could only smile bitterly at this time. Su Qingya looked at Chu-Mu's eyes with more surprise, while Yu Zhen was full of admiration. During this time, Chu-Mu's divine wilderness sword origin had recovered by 10%, and his saint body strength had also recovered a little. His primordial spirit's recovery was the slowest, but it had recovered a little. At this time, coupled with his superb sword skills, even if Long Yun-Kong and the other three had evil intentions, they would not be able to kill him immediately. But at present, the 4 of them did not have such intentions. "Everyone, let's leave here as soon as possible." Chu-Mu said, "Brother Chu is right. Let's leave as soon as possible." Everyone immediately agreed. After all, A great battle had just broken out here. Moreover, it was a battle between 8 star saints. The shock waves were extremely strong and could spread very far. It was very likely that it would attract some people. At this time, the cave's entrance had collapsed and was covered up. In addition to the destruction caused by the battle, there was no trace of it at all. Even a peak 9-star Saint Expert's spiritual power could not penetrate the ground for hundreds of meters. Therefore, the probability of them discovering the cave's entrance was very low. They had to leave as soon as possible and return as soon as possible. They had to report the cave's location and get a reward. Long Yun-kong quickly took out the flying shuttle. Everyone entered the shuttle and started it. It flew at full speed, completely disregarding the energy consumption. With his current financial resources, the cost of making such a shuttle fly at full speed was negligible. Everyone, this is Luo Zhongshu's spatial ring. Chu Mu opened his palm, revealing a spatial ring. Brother Chu, Luo Zhongshu was killed by you alone. We were just dealing with other people. Therefore, Luo Zhongshu's spatial ring should be yours. Yu Jin said. The others had no objection. They knew very well that befriending such a monstrous genius was much more beneficial than obtaining some wealth. I feel that of Luo Zhongshu's group of 8, Luo Zhongshu was killed by Brother Chu alone. As for the remaining 7, if not for Brother Chu's assistance at the end, even if we were able to kill them, we would have to pay a corresponding price. Thus, it is only right that we give Brother Chu a portion of their spatial rings. Mu Gali said. No, Chu Mu refused. Although it was said that the more wealth the better, he wasn't a greedy person. Back then, he had dealt with Luo Zhongshu while Long Yun-kong's group of 4 dealt with Fat Rat's group of 7. Ultimately, he had helped kill Luo Zhongshu, but that had been voluntary. Moreover, the 8 of them had treated Luo Zhongshu as their leader. Luo Zhongshu's harvest was naturally the greatest, so obtaining Luo Zhongshu's spatial ring was the greatest for Chu Mu. Since Chu Mu's attitude was firm, the others didn't insist. However, they were still very happy. This was a change in attitude. If it weren't for the fact that Chu Mu didn't have such strength, their attitude definitely wouldn't be the same as now. It was just that they hadn't realized this point yet. Since the spoils have been distributed, all that's left is to report the ownership of the cave. Su Qingya's cold voice rang out. I think we'll follow Brother Chu's decision on how to distribute it, said Mu Gali. Then we'll follow Brother Chu's decision. Yu Jin also nodded. Su Qingya and Long Yun-kong didn't object. This was equivalent to admitting that Chu Mu had the highest position among the 5. Chapter 1742. When they came, none of them were willing to submit to each other. Therefore, they didn't say who had the highest status among them. However, when they returned, Chu Mu seemed to be the leader. The other didn't feel any resistance. Instead, they felt that it was natural. Since ancient times, the strong always had the right to speak, and their words were more persuasive. However, the real geniuses were very proud. If Chu Mu's cultivation was higher than theirs, and thus he was more powerful than them, they wouldn't be convinced. After all, as long as their cultivation increased, their strength would naturally increase as well. However, the reality was that Chu Mu's cultivation was far inferior to theirs, but his strength was greater than theirs. This meant that once Chu Mu's cultivation increased, his strength would increase even further. In the end, they would be left far behind and could only look at his back. When Chu Mu killed Luo Zhongshu, who none of them could deal with his sword alone, his status suddenly became prominent. His words also became very important. Therefore, they said as Brother Chu says. Chu Mu thought about it and understood the reason behind it. He also knew what everyone meant. This time he didn't answer like before. Instead, he began to seriously think about it. In my opinion, why don't we report it to the Blood Slaughtering Hall, the 3 sacred sects and the Blood Sword sect, and let these 3 forces develop it together? Chu Mu said, develop it together? The 4 immediately thought about it. other than reporting it to their own sects and developing it alone. Developing it together was also a way. However, the benefits of developing it together would definitely not be as great as developing it alone. However, in the current situation, the idea of developing it alone would most likely not be realized. All right, we'll do as Brother Chu says, Long Yun Kong said. Let's develop it together. The others also thought it through. This was the fairest way. If we develop it together, we'll report it to our respective sects, and we'll also receive rewards from our sections. However, Brother Chu isn't a member of any sect, nor does he belong to any force. Therefore, Brother Chu won't receive any rewards from the sections. Therefore, I think we should share the rewards with Brother Chu equally, Long Yun Kong said. Everyone thought about it for a moment and agreed. Chu Mu shook his head and said slowly, "If we split it equally, then theoretically I would get twice as much as any one of you. It's not fair to all of you. Therefore, each of you can give me 30%. If each of the 4 of them received a reward of 10, then that would be a total of 40. According to what they had said, if they gave half to Chu Mu, then Chu Mu would get 20, and each of them would only get 5. According to what Chu Mu said, in the end, Chu Mu would get 12, and each of them would get 7. This was a more fair distribution, although Chu Mu would still get more than any of them. In addition to the physical rewards, they would also get some intangible things, such as the reputation of their sect and so on. It's decided. There's no need to say anything else, Chu Mu said. Then I'll have to thank Brother Chu. With an extra 20%, no one would object. In their hearts, they were even more impressed with Chu Mu. If it was someone like Luo Zhongxiu, without waiting for them to say anything, he might have proposed a distribution method that would give him an even higher percentage. Strength would make people revere you, but strength and character would make people admire you from the bottom of their hearts. After discussing the problem of the cave and the distribution of the cave, everyone stopped. They were not good at socializing in the first place, but after a while Mu Gali spoke again. Brother Chu, I heard that you came from the outside world. Can you tell us what the outside world is like? Asked Mu Gali. Yu Zhen and Su Qingya also looked at Chu Mu. The outside world is called the Deep Blue World. Chu Mu gave a simple explanation, describing the difference between the outside world and the land of exile. Everyone's eyes were filled with yearning. Clearly, compared to the land of exile, the living environment of the Deep Blue World was much better. However, the land of exile also had its advantages. The harsh environment gave the cultivators here a stronger ability to survive and strength. Moreover, the land of exile had the dark God Greatsword, allowing the cultivators to easily control sword energy. However, the living and cultivation environment of the Deep Blue World was very attractive to the people of the land of exile. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't leave, they would have already entered the Deep Blue World. Brother Chu, according to my understanding, the cultivators of the outside world who enter the land of exile are usually those who can't survive in the outside world. They have made too many enemies and have no other choice but to enter the land of exile. With Brother Chu's talent, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it's rare to see someone like you in a million years. All the major sects would definitely fight over you and give you the highest level of cultivation. Your path of cultivation would be incomparably smooth. Why would you enter the land of exile? Asked Yu Jin curiously. I entered the land of exile because I had no other choice, said Chu Mu. This sentence immediately stunned the 4. They felt that Chu Mu was joking. However, Chu Mu didn't have any intention of explaining, so they didn't continue this topic. Everyone asked about the Deep Blue World situation, and Chu Mu answered them one by one. After that, they became silent. Chu Mu didn't immediately enter a state of comprehension. Instead, he checked his harvest. His harvest from the first and second layers were mainly spiritual herbs. The lowest grade was low iron grade, and the highest grade was high silver grade, other than the bronze blood dragon root, which he planned to keep for refining to increase his cultivation. The rest of the spiritual herbs could be sold. After doing some calculations, Chu calculated that there were over 10,000 black iron roots. In addition to the other black iron rank spiritual herbs, after selling them, he would obtain over 200,000 black iron hearts. This was a huge number. Of course, if it was converted to bronze hearts, it would only be 20 bronze hearts. It really wasn't much. Of course, to many low-level saints, 200,000 hearts of black iron was a huge fortune. Even the majority of mid-level saints would not be able to possess so much wealth, unless the black iron hearts were much more than 200,000 times, or even 1,000 times. Chu wouldn't care about it. The focus was on the bronze heart and silver heart, especially the silver heart. There were more bronze roots than black iron roots. There were more than 14,000 black iron roots. This was worth over 140,000 bronze hearts. In addition, there were other bronze rank spiritual herbs. The final value was a little over 500,000 bronze hearts. It was much more than the black iron hearts. When they were on the first layer, Chu and the others were looking for the entrance to the second layer. Therefore, they didn't stay on the first layer for too long. Their main focus was on the second layer. Therefore, the harvest on the second layer was much more than on the first layer. If Luo Zhongxiu and the others hadn't also searched the second layer, their harvest would have been even more. However, in the end, Luo Zhongxiu and the others' harvest belonged to the others. A bronze heart worth over 500,000 was equivalent to about 50 silver hearts. This was a wealth that even an 8-star saint would be envious of. Even the majority of 9-star saints would be tempted. If people knew that Chu had spiritual herbs worth 200,000 black iron hearts and 500,000 bronze hearts, many 8-star saints would act. However, this wasn't all. This was just a small portion. The most valuable items were the silver rank spiritual herbs. A bronze blood dragon root was worth 1,000 silver hearts. Chu divided 80%, which was equivalent to 800 silver hearts. However, he didn't plan to sell it. Moreover, there were other silver rank spiritual herbs and silver rank ores found by others. Because it was only the second layer, there were very few silver rank spiritual herbs and ores. After searching around, the 5 of them didn't have much harvest. After conversion, excluding the bronze blood dragon root, they still had about 600 silver hearts. However, they still owed them more than 100 silver hearts. After paying them back, they would still have about 500 silver hearts. After calculating their harvest, they counted Luo Zhongxiu's spatial ring. Luo Zhongxiu's spatial ring was Chu spoils of war. Everything inside could be considered Chu harvest. After checking Luo Zhongxiu's black iron rank spiritual herbs and the black iron hearts that he originally had totaled about 130,000. On the first layer, Chu and the others had searched once. Including them, there were a total of 8 people. Although Luo Zhongxiu's share was higher, it wasn't much. Even if there were more than 1,000,000 black iron hearts, Chu wouldn't care about it. Next, it was the value of the bronze hearts, bronze roots, and other bronze rank spiritual herbs. In addition to the bronze hearts that Luo Zhongxiu already had, the total was about 200,000. On the second layer, Chu and the others searched wantonly. Luo Zhongxiu and the others' harvest was smaller. In the end, they directly followed Chu and the others, intending to kill them and rob them of everything. Naturally, their harvest wasn't as much as Chu and the others. Finally, it was the harvest of the silver hearts. Luo Zhongxiu originally had 8 silver hearts, which was considered a good fortune. There were also several types of silver rank spiritual herbs and ores. Altogether, they were worth about 150 silver hearts. In addition to these things, Chu also found a flying shuttle in Luo Zhongxiu's spatial ring. It was a 10-meter-long flying shuttle. It was completely black and had a ferocious head symbol on it. The value of flying shuttles was extremely high. Small forces couldn't have them at all. Only the stronger forces could have 1 or 2. As for individuals, Generally, only those powerful and wealthy cultivators could have them. This Luo Zhongxiu didn't seem to be a wealthy person. Yet he actually had a flying shuttle. This really surprised Chu Mu. With a flying shuttle, one could just take it wherever one wanted to go in the future. It was fast and didn't consume one's energy. It also had a very strong defensive power. It could be called a good thing for home travel. After counting, Chu Mu's harvest on this trip was enough to make many peak 9-star Saint experts jealous. Chapter 1743. Luo Zhongxiu is from the Black Devil Palace. Could it be that this flying shuttle belongs to the Black Devil Palace? Chu Mu thought to himself. If it belonged to the Black Devil Hall, he couldn't use it now. Otherwise, it would attract the attention of the Black Devil Hall and bring him unnecessary trouble. Brother Yu, the 5 city lords should have their own symbols, right? Chu Mu asked. Yes, Yu Zhen replied. Yu Zhen replied immediately. Then he drew a line in the air with his finger and formed a diagram. There were exactly 5 diagrams. Then he pointed at the symbol of a sword dripping with blood and said, "This is the symbol of the blood slaughtering hall, and this is the symbol of the silver hall." The symbol of the slaughtering blood hall was a sword dripping with blood. The symbol of the silver hall was a silver star, and the symbol of the Black Devil Hall was a ferocious black head. It was exactly the same as the symbol on the shuttle. The other 2 halls had their own unique characteristics and were easy to recognize. Is there a place to buy a shuttle in the slaughtering city? Chu Mu asked. Although he had a flying ship, it wasn't suitable in the land of exile. Flying at high altitude was extremely dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he might encounter a spatial crack. Even a peerless expert would be in a difficult situation. A peak 9-star saint wouldn't be able to survive. Brother Chu wants to buy a shuttle. The price isn't low, but with Brother Chu's current wealth, you can afford it. Yu Zhen was surprised at first. Then he said, "The supply of shuttles in the slaughtering city can't meet the demand. Even if you use your connections, you might not be able to buy one in a short time. However, I heard that you can buy one in the black market." Black market? Chu Mu's eyes lit up. Yes, it's a black market. It doesn't belong to any of the 5 cities, nor does it belong to any of the camps. It's an independent black market located underground. It said that it was transformed from a sinner's cave. Yu Zhen said, "In the black market, you can buy many things that can't be bought through normal channels. Of course, the price will be higher. Do you know where the black market is?" "How do we enter?" Chu Mu asked. His purpose was not only to buy a flying shuttle as a means of transportation, but also to sell the Black Demon Hall's flying shuttle. The black market was undoubtedly the most suitable place to sell his stolen goods. As for the price, it was normal for it to be higher or lower. After all, it was the black market. As long as it wasn't too outrageous, he could accept it. "I can't do anything about that." Yu Zhen smiled bitterly. Long Yun Kong also expressed that he couldn't do anything. "This is the black market badge. Take it and head to the Dragon Luring Pagoda on the eastern street of Bloodbath City. Someone will bring you to the black market." Su Qingya extended her hand as a black badge appeared in her hand, which then flew toward Chu Mu. "Many thanks." Chu Mu took the token and thanked him. "You actually have a black market token." Mu Gaoli and Yu Zhen were very surprised, as if this black market token was very amazing. Su Qingya nodded and didn't explain. "I'll return it to you after I use it," said Chu Mu. He also realized that this black market token wasn't an ordinary item. Next, Chu Mu took out the silver heart and distributed it to everyone. It was 20% of the value of the bronze blood dragon root. During the warm breeze period, many cultivators left the camp and went outside. However, the majority of them traveled on their own and rarely used flying shuttles. This was a very valuable item. Therefore, when some cultivators saw the flying shuttles flying by, they would reveal an envious expression. Because they didn't care about the energy consumption, their speed was much faster and the time taken to return was shorter. Finally, they arrived at Bloodbath City. "Brother Chu, Senior brother, you and I will return to the sect first to report the matter of the cave, said Long Yun-kong. Brother Chu, I'll also return to the blood sword sect first, said Mu Gali. Goodbye. Su Qingya only said 2 words. It was very simple. The matter of the cave was very important. They had to hurry. Otherwise, there might be unnecessary changes if they took too long. Goodbye. Chu Mu said. After this experience, everyone had formed a friendship. They saw each other as friends and could be friends. However, they weren't sentimental people. They came calmly and left confidently. They would meet again sooner or later. The 5 of them became one person again. Chu Mu was very used to it. Now, let's go to the dragon luring pavilion. He walked toward the eastern street. There were 4 main streets in Bloodbath City. They were divided into north, south, east, and west. In addition, there were countless small streets. They were all over the place. However, as the main street, the location of the eastern street was very clear and easy to find. The dragon luring pavilion wasn't a special place. After asking around, Chu Mu quickly arrived at the dragon luring pavilion. Sir, why have you come to the dragon luring pavilion? The one who received Chu Mu was a mid-level saint. He called him sir, but his eyes didn't have the slightest respect. There was even a trace of disdain. It couldn't be helped. Chu Mu's cultivation was too low. He was only at the early 4th heavenly layer. One had to know that in the land of exile, cultivators who could reach the eternal realm would only go out after their cultivation reached the 4th heavenly layer. When they were still at the 4th heavenly layer, they would wholeheartedly cultivate to raise their cultivation and strength. Early 4th heavenly layer in the land of the exiles, especially in the 5 great cities, was the lowest of the low. Only peerless geniuses or monstrous geniuses at the early 4th heavenly layer had the strength of a 5th heavenly layer or even a 6th heavenly layer. Of course, such geniuses wouldn't go out alone. They would be accompanied by elders or guards. As protection, the elders or guards had to be at least a 7-star saint. After all, geniuses weren't strong enough when their cultivation was low. If they were killed, it would be a great loss. Take me to the black market, Chu Mu said, and took out the black market token. Black market token. Seeing the black market token, the receptionist was shocked. His expression changed drastically. Then his attitude changed completely. He took the black market token and looked at it respectfully. After confirming that it was real, he said politely to Chu Mu, Sir, please take a seat inside. I will report to my superior. All right. Chu Mu didn't refuse. However, he knew that the black market token wasn't ordinary. It had a great background. It didn't matter. As long as he could enter the black market, it was fine. After handing the black market token to Chu Mu, the receptionist left in a hurry. The luring dragon pavilion was one of the black market's strongholds in Bloodbath City. They were responsible for receiving the black market token. They only recognized the token, not the person. The black market token was extremely precious. It could be said that the black market token was a VIP token of the black market. Those with the black market token would have a different status when they entered the black market. They would be protected. Because of this, there are very few black market tokens. Therefore, the black market strongholds in each city were usually very idle. Not long after, another person came along with the person who received Chu Mu. It was a female cultivator in the 7th Aeon layer. She looked like she was less than 30 years old. She couldn't be considered a great beauty, but she looked clean and pure. She was very pleasing to the eye. My surname is Yang. You can call me Deacon Yang. The female cultivator was very direct. She went straight to the point. Sir, please show me your black market token. Chu Mu handed over the black market order. After Deacon Yang received it, she carefully looked at it a few times, as if confirming something. After a few breaths, she raised her head and handed the black market order to Chu Mu. It is. The black market only recognizes the token, Not the person, said Deacon Yang. She stared at Chumu. When do you plan to go to the black market? As soon as possible, said Chumu. Then let's go now. Sir, please follow me, said Deacon Yang. She didn't have the slightest intention of asking for Chumu's name. In fact, this was a kind of contempt. She was a 7-star saint. In the land of exiles, she could be considered an expert. Moreover, according to her knowledge, there were only about 50 black market tokens in Bloodbath City. She knew their owners. Each one of them was at least a 7-star saint. Chumu's cultivation base was obvious. He was at the early 4th Aeon layer. He was at the bottom of the pack. Needless to say, he had a black market token. Someone must have lent it to him temporarily. Although there weren't many such cases, it wasn't rare either. One had to know that she had received 2 such cases. After the trip to the black market token had to be returned to its original owner. Perhaps this was just a senior taking care of his junior, or perhaps there were other reasons. In any case, it would take some time for a mere 4-star saint level beginner to grow up, even if he was a genius. And during the process of growth, no one could predict whether he would die prematurely. Since that was the case, there was no need to pay too much attention to him. Deacon Yang didn't think much of it, other than not asking for Chumu's name. She didn't have any other contemptuous tone or actions. She was completely businesslike. Chumu didn't care about her attitude at all. His purpose was just to make a trip to the black market. As long as she didn't provoke him, he would be fine. He followed Deacon Yang to the backyard of the luring dragon pavilion. He took a wildebeest carriage and quickly headed out of the city. In the land of exiles, there weren't any spirit beasts. The spirit beasts were brought in by the cultivators who entered later. After a long period of reproduction, the number of spirit beasts gradually increased. But in the land of exiles, it was more difficult for spirit beasts to survive. Their cultivation was also slower. Therefore, they were more precious. Ordinary small forces didn't have low-level spirit beasts like wildebeests because they didn't have the ability to. But the luring dragon pavilion, the stronghold of the black market, could use wildebeests to pull carriages, further demonstrating their extraordinary strength. The wildebeest carriage was very stable. Sitting in it, the speed was fast, but they didn't feel the slightest bump. Soon, the wildebeest carriage brought Deacon Yang and Chumu to the city gate. "Come with me," Deacon Yang said to Chumu. He got off the wildebeest carriage and strode out of the city gate. Chumu followed closely. Not long after, the two of them arrived outside the city gates. Deacon Yang took out a flying shuttle. Chapter 1744. The shuttle was also 10 meters long. It was gray and black all over, like the color of black iron. Its style was also very ordinary, but Chumu could tell that it was not an ordinary shuttle. Its surface defensive power could at least resist the attack of a 9-star Saint expert. In fact, whether it was the shuttle used by Long Yun Kong or the one Chumu got after killing Luo Zhongshu, although the color was different, many of the materials were the same. They all used silverstone, which had amazing defensive power and could resist the attack of a 9-star Saint expert. The shuttle was driven by Deacon Yang and Chumu sat in it. It was very comfortable. Deacon Yang drove the shuttle and did not speak. Chumu sat in the shuttle at ease, feeling the shuttle moving forward rapidly. He gradually calmed down and began to comprehend the skill of combining strength. Now he had mastered the 9th level of sword power vibration. In this aspect, he only needed to spend some time to strengthen it. Next, as long as he fully mastered the skill of combining strength, his attack power would immediately improve a lot. Time flew. It felt like 7 or 8 days had passed, and the shuttle stopped. "Put this on," Deacon Yang said. Said Deacon Yang. He took out a black mask and handed it to Chumu. "It can cover your face and conceal your aura fluctuation." Chumu nodded and took the mask. He scanned it with his divine soul power. This mask was indeed specially used to hide one's aura and cover one's face. After putting it on, even if it was someone familiar, they would not be able to recognize him. It had to be said that the black market was very well prepared, because some transactions in the black market were shameful, such as selling stolen goods. If someone knew one's face and aura and found out one's identity, it was very likely that one would be retaliated against. If one's face and aura were hidden, one would not know who the other party was. Of course, this was actually a kind of benefit for the holder of the black market token. It could be said that being led by a deacon and given a mask was a kind of benefit. Ordinary people who entered the black market did not have such treatment at all. It should be known that the black market had been developing for a long time, and its influence was enormous. However, it had never shown itself to the world. That was because the black market was the black market, and the total amount of black market orders that the black market had issued over countless years was less than 10,000 yuan. Currently, there were only about 50 black market tokens in the entire Bloodbath City. The black market tokens in the other 4 cities were not far behind. However, the number of people who entered the black market was unknown. Only a small number of people were qualified to enjoy the VIP treatment of the black market. After putting on the mask and walking out of the shuttle, Chu Mu was surrounded by desolation, and he couldn't tell where he was. Not far away, there was a simple mud house. Deacon Yang led Chu Mu into the mud house. There were 2 people inside. They were both 7-star saints. Deacon Yang, you've brought someone here again. Which esteemed guest is this? The skinnier one glanced at Chu Mu. He couldn't see what Chu Mu looked like, nor could he distinguish Chu Mu's aura and cultivation, so he asked with a smile, "That's not important." Deacon Yang said, "Open the door." Okay. The 2 people seemed to know Deacon Yang's temperament. Hearing her answer, they didn't show the slightest bit of displeasure. Immediately, they made a hand seal to open the mechanism, and a part of the ground cracked open. "Let's go," Deacon Yang said to Chu Mu and jumped down. Chu Mu also jumped down. Immediately after, the cracked ground closed. It looked the same as before without the slightest flaw. If someone did know, they definitely wouldn't know that the ground could be cracked open. Looks like another person who borrowed the black market token. When only the 2 of them were left, the skinnier one laughed. Yes, otherwise, Deacon Yang wouldn't have answered like that. The fatter one also laughed. The 2 of them knew Deacon Yang very well. Therefore, from Deacon Yang's answer, they could tell whether the person who held the black market token was the original owner or the person who borrowed it. However, there was nothing strange about it. Anyway, the black market only recognized the token, not the person. Talking was just a kind of pleasure for them to guard this place. His body continued to fall. Chu Mu calculated that it would take him 1,000 meters before he landed. In other words, this black market was at least 1,000 meters underground. Speaking of which, this was a huge investment. Chu Mu also believed the rumor that the black market was transformed from a sinner's cave to be true. There was an 80 to 90% chance that it was true. The surroundings were spacious and the light was dim. The sky was at least 100 meters high. They didn't enter the black market directly. As Deacon Yang walked forward, they arrived in front of a black door. Deacon Yang took out a token, and someone immediately arranged a carriage for them. Chu Mu followed and observed the whole process. Deacon Yang didn't have any intention of explaining. Chu Mu understood her attitude and naturally didn't ask. The carriage flew past quickly. Chu Mu sat in the carriage and saw the outside world through the window. There were many stalls on both sides of the street. The stalls were either empty, or there were 2 or 3 people bargaining. These people's cultivation bases weren't low. They were at least at the 5th sky of the Wangu realm. Most of them were at the 6th sky of the Wangu realm, and there were many at the 7th sky of the Wangu realm. As for the 8th and 9th sky of the Wangu realm, he couldn't see any of them. After riding the horse-drawn carriage for about an hour, it entered a completely black palace before stopping. This is the center of the black market. It's called the Black Temple. Deacon Yang said. Chu Mu nodded, but he was a little speechless. Black Temple, Black Shop, This name is really ridiculous. Walking into the Black Temple, Chumu didn't see the same stalls outside. Instead, he saw many shops. Each shop looked extraordinary. It was obvious that it wasn't easy to own a shop in the Black Temple. This was also the treatment of the black market token, because the stalls outside the Black Temple could be attacked at any time. If one wasn't strong enough, they would be killed and robbed. The transactions inside the Black Temple were protected, but under normal circumstances, it wasn't easy to enter the Black Temple. One had to check one's wealth. Without a certain amount of wealth, one wouldn't be qualified to enter the Black Temple. Other than that, one had to have the black market token. With the black market token, Chumu was led by the deacon, which naturally saved him a lot of trouble. At this time, Chumu saw a group of cultivators in black armor with long swords at their waists striding past. A gust of wind blew. There were 10 people in total. Chumu knew from the aura of the leader that he was an 8-star saint. The other 9 were 7-star saints. The leader glanced at Chumu and Deacon Yang. When he saw Deacon Yang, he nodded slightly as a greeting. These people's eyes were cold, as if there were no emotional fluctuations. They were like machines, and their bodies were surrounded by cold, murderous intent, which was tempered by countless life-and-death battles. They were the guards of the Black Temple. Whoever dared to make trouble in the Black Temple would be waiting for the swords of the Black Temple guards. Here, even the people of the 5 city lord mansions couldn't do anything, because this was the Black Temple of the black market. It had its own rules. Deacon Yang also nodded to the guard captain. At this time, another person entered the Black Temple. It was also a woman, but she was leading 2 masked people. Yang Lu, I didn't expect to see you again. As soon as the woman entered the Black Temple, her eyes first glanced at the guards of the Black Temple. When she saw Deacon Yang, her eyes suddenly lit up. She immediately strode over and appeared in front of Deacon Yang. She seemed to be friendly, and her eyes flashed. She glanced at Chumu's face as if she wanted to see through Chumu. Songling, I don't have time to talk to you. Get out of the way, Yang Lu said coldly. Don't be like this. After all, we are senior and junior sisters. We haven't seen each other for a few years. We should catch up. Song Ling laughed coquettishly. Her tone seemed to be very friendly, but Chumu could see that there had probably been some conflict between Song Ling and Deacon Yang. Moreover, it seemed that Deacon Yang had suffered under Song Ling's hands. However, this had nothing to do with him, as long as it didn't interfere with his transaction. Yang Lu, this is the person you brought, right? Song Ling's gaze landed on Chumu. I wonder who you brought this time. Is it the same as the last time, a mid-level saint with no status? Yang Liu's face sank. Last time, a few years ago, she had brought someone to the Black Temple. That person's cultivation base was at the peak of the 5th celestial layer, and the black market token was lent to him for temporary use. But when he came to the Black Temple, he was only able to trade some ordinary things. Things that could be sold in a stall outside the Black Temple were very cheap. One had to know that the transactions in the Black Temple were usually for relatively valuable treasures. Fine, if it was cheap, then so be it. It didn't matter if others didn't know. The problem was that Song Ling had brought someone to the Black Temple, and the 2 of them happened to be in the same shop. In the end, Song Ling found out and laughed at them. Speaking of which, Yang Lu and Song Ling could be considered sisters from the same sect. However, due to some reasons, the 2 of them had a conflict in the past. At that time, Yang Lu had the upper hand and Song Ling was at a disadvantage. After that, Song Ling hated Yang Lu. Unexpectedly, they both became deacons of the black market. The black market had a rule that people in the black market were not allowed to kill each other. Therefore, Song Ling attacked Yang Lu in various ways to take revenge on her. Entering the Black Temple was also a method compared to the value of the person she brought. Until now, Yang Lu had been attacked by Song Ling 3 times. Naturally, she was very unhappy and wanted to take revenge. Unfortunately, She didn't find the right opportunity to do so. Songling, the grudges between us have been over for so many years. It should be enough. Yan Lu said, her voice filled with anger. Moreover, what happened back then was not my fault. The result was not something I could have predicted. I have already let go of what happened back then. Now, I just want to reminisce about the past with my junior sister. Songling was unmoved. She was still smiling. It was obvious that she wasn't going to let it go. Chapter 1745. Songling's words were pleasant to the ears, but Yanglu knew that Songling wanted to go against her and take revenge on her. Thinking of this, Yanglu couldn't help but glance at Chumu. Her heart sank. In the Black Temple, the best way to counterattack was to increase the volume of transactions. If the number of transactions completed by the people he brought could exceed the number of people brought by Songling, then naturally, Songling would leave with her tail between her legs without saying anything. However, there were already 3 times when Yanglu was suppressed by Songling, and this time it was even more impossible. Others didn't know about Chumu's background, but she knew very well. He was just an early 4th heavenly layer and borrowed the black market token. What good things could he bring out to trade? They probably didn't even have a single silver heart, and they probably didn't even have many bronze hearts. As for the people Songling brought, although she wasn't sure if they had the black market token or borrowed it, no matter how bad they were, they couldn't be worse than the people she brought. Moreover, there were 2 people on the other side. 2 against 1. The trading volume would definitely be higher. No matter how she looked at it, this was the result of being suppressed by Songling again. With a quick thought, Yang Lu made sufficient mental preparations. Soon after, she ignored Songling and couldn't be bothered to greet Chumu. She walked forward by herself. Chumu didn't say anything and followed Yang Lu. Songling smiled and greeted the 2 people she brought with her. She brought the 2 of them and walked side by side with Yang Lu. Yang Lu's face was cold, her eyes were cold, and her aura was even colder. After a while, Yang Lu arrived in front of a shop called Scarlet Snow and strode into it. Deacon Yang, you brought people again. There was a skinny old man in the shop. He looked like he had 1 foot in the grave. His eyes were closed, and he only opened them when he sensed someone enter. A bright light flashed in his eyes before they turned turbid again. He weakly greeted the newcomer. Yes. Yang Lu nodded. Deacon Yang, the number of people you've brought 3 times is too little. The old man said weakly, but his words made Yang Lu's expression change slightly. This shop was the one that Yang Lu was most familiar with. Therefore, every time she brought someone over, unless she had a request, she would bring them to the shop. Yang Lu did not ask for Chu Mu's opinion. In her opinion, a mere 4-star beginner martial saint who had borrowed the black market token for the first time came to the black market. What kind of shop did he have to go to? In fact, Chumu didn't know what was going on either, so he let Yang Lu guide him. This time, it won't be the same as the previous 3 times, right? The old man's turbid eyes glanced at Chumu, as if he wanted to see through Chumu, and spoke casually. Elder Lin, you can't say that. Perhaps this time, Deacon Yang brought a big client. Songling's laughter was heard. She brought 2 people into the Scarlet Snow shop, which made Yang Liu's expression even gloomier. Oh, it's Deacon Song. Welcome. The old man smiled slightly. His attitude was obviously better than when he was with Yang Lu. It was very realistic. Chumu looked on coldly. Deacon Yang, you came in first. Why don't you let your people trade first? Songling smiled. You trade first. Yang Lu replied coldly with a stiff tone. Oh, if that's the case, then I won't hold back. Songling covered her mouth and laughed. Both of you, what do you want to trade? Take it out and let Elder Lin have a look. I don't have many things to trade. One of them took 2 steps forward and said with a smile. He seemed to be pandering to Songling. As he spoke, he began to take out treasures from his interspatial ring. A few pieces of metal ores and a few stalks of spiritual herbs were gone. It didn't seem like much, but Elder Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. His body flashed and appeared in front of those ores and spiritual herbs at a speed that no one could see. That speed made Chu Mu's heart skip a beat. When he first saw this old man, he felt that this old man wasn't simple. However, he couldn't see his cultivation level. His aura was restrained. Now, from the speed that the old man displayed, Chu Mu judged that he was a 9-star saint-level powerhouse. He wasn't simple. In the Black Temple, high-level saint-level powerhouses could be seen everywhere. Elder Lin quickly picked up those metal ores and looked at them carefully a few times before putting them down. He then picked up those spiritual herbs and checked them. He nodded, not bad. The purity of these ores are all above 50%. One of them is even 60%. The spiritual herbs were harvested well and were preserved perfectly. Ores were raw stones. They still needed to be refined to obtain the real material. Therefore, ores were particular about purity. Take black iron ores, for example. The difference between 50% and 60% purity was obvious. Black iron ores of the same weight had different purity. The final amount of black iron ores refined would be different. Take 10 caddies of black iron ores as an example. 50% was equivalent to 5 caddies of black iron after refining. 60% was equivalent to 6 caddies of black iron after refining. The value of black iron ores wasn't high. However, the value of some ores was very shocking. Therefore, 10% more or less purity made a huge difference. Generally speaking, ores with a purity of 50% were considered very good. Ores with a purity of 60% were relatively rare. Ores with a purity of 70% were even rarer. As for ores with a purity of 80 to 90%, they were almost extinct. As for ores with a purity of 100%, they didn't need to be refined. Your ores and spiritual herbs are worth a total of 5 silver hearts, the old man finally said. 5 silver hearts? It's a little low, but this is the black market. Let's do it, the person who took out the ores and spiritual herbs muttered. Bringing things to the black market meant that most of them came from illegal sources or for some other reason. It felt like selling stolen goods. Since that was the case, the black market would take advantage of this and appropriately lower the purchase price. For example, if these ores and spiritual herbs were to be sold outside the black market, the highest price could even reach 6 silver hearts. A difference of 1 silver heart was a huge difference. Of course, it could also be a difference of a few thousand bronze hearts. However, there were some risks. There was a reason for the existence of the black market. There was a way to survive. Buy at a low price and sell at a high price. However, it wouldn't be lower or higher than the market price by too much. This was to prevent people from taking the risk and not being willing to trade things in the black market. 5 silver hearts was considered a very high value. Even an 8-star martial saint would be very tempted. Even a 9-star martial saint wouldn't ignore it. Song Ling's face was full of smiles. This is just a small part of it. The person who took out the ores and spiritual herb smiled. He put away the 5 silver hearts that Elder Lin took out. This transaction was completed. The rest is the big part. The second person that Song Ling brought along also started to take things out from his space ring. 3 ores and 2 spiritual herbs. The value was much lower than the first person's, but there was still more. Then, the man took out a dull, grayish-black armor. The surface of the armor seemed to be frosted, and it looked a little rough. However, it felt good to touch. The appearance of this armor was very unique. There were protrusions on the shoulders at the back, like small bat wings. Black bat armor. Elder Lin's voice was a little surprised. It is the black bat armor. The person who took out the black bat armor sounded a little proud. It's actually the black bat armor. It's worth at least dozens of silver hearts. Song Ling also exclaimed. Her tone was a little exaggerated. She even specially glanced at Yang Lu. No wonder the first person who made the transaction said that his transaction was a small part of it. The rest were the big part. The value of the 3 ores and 2 spiritual herbs added together was at most 2 or 3 silver hearts. However, the value of the black bat armor was more than 10 times that. Among the people present, only Chu Mu did not understand the value of the black bat armor. After all, he was an outsider. The time he had spent in the land of exile was less than a year. He had been working hard to increase his strength and did not have any extra time to properly understand the many things in the land of exile. The land of exile had developed for countless years. It had its own system and was very complete. It was not inferior to the deep blue world. Even if Chu Mu's soul was strong, his perception was outstanding, and his memory was strong, he still needed to spend enough time to understand. Time was exactly what he needed the most right now. Even so, from the expressions and tone of the people present, Chu Mu could tell that this so-called black bat armor was not ordinary. Its value was definitely very high. Moreover, it was sold on the black market because of its illegal origin. For these 3 ores and 2 spiritual herbs, I will give you 2 silver hearts. Elder Lin deliberated for a moment before saying, "As for this black bat armor, I don't care where it came from. However, the price here will definitely be different from the price outside. I will give you a price. If you agree, then trade. If you don't, then forget it. Speak." The person who took out the black bat armor said. He was already mentally prepared. "Black bat armor for 40 silver hearts." Elder Lin said, "Elder Lin, isn't this price a little too low? You have to know that the black bat armor can be sold for the high price of 50 silver hearts outside. Isn't it a little too unfair for you to offer a difference of 10 silver hearts?" The person who made the first transaction argued. No one could ignore the difference of 10 silver hearts. "I have already said that I don't care about the origin of this black bat armor. However, if I buy it and resell it, I will have to bear some risks." Elder Lin said 40 silver hearts. On account of Deacon Song, 42 silver hearts. I can't go any higher. The black bat armor and the ores and spiritual herbs will be 45 silver hearts in total. The owner of the black bat armor said, "Fine. On account of Deacon Song, 45 silver hearts it is." Elder Lin deliberated for a moment before replying. Song Ling felt that she had gained a lot of face. "That's a total of 50 silver hearts. It's a lot more than last time," Song Ling said happily. Then she looked at Yang Lu. "Deacon Yang, it's your turn now. I wonder if the people you brought this time will be trading for 30 bronze hearts or 50 bronze hearts." Chapter 1746. At this moment, Yang Lu really wanted to turn around and leave. However, before she could say anything, Chu Mu took 2 steps forward and stopped in front of Elder Lin. "The thing I want to trade is a little big. It can't fit here." Chu Mu's tone was very calm. Under the cover of the mask, his voice was a little erratic. It was different from his usual voice, so no one would recognize him. Could it be a big piece of black iron, or... The person who had traded for the first time couldn't help but tease. Song Ling immediately laughed, but Yang Lu's face turned even uglier. Black iron, or could be said to be the most worthless thing in the land of exile. No matter how big it was still very cheap. Chu Mu didn't reply and directly ignored the other party. This attitude made the other party a little angry, and he sneered. "Follow me." Elder Lin looked deeply at Chu Mu and said. He turned around and walked to the back of the shop. Chu Mu followed. The others didn't move. They all knew that without the owner's invitation, they weren't allowed to go. Maybe he really will take out a big piece of black iron, or... The person who spoke just now laughed again. Maybe it's very pure. Another person also said with a hint of mockery. No matter how pure a black iron ore was, its value was still very low. I wonder how many pieces of bronze core it is worth. If it's a black iron core, then... Song Ling said and looked at Yang Lu. Yang Lu's face was stiff and a little pale. Her hanging hand was a little white because of the force. At this moment, she really wanted to draw her sword and stab a few holes in Song Ling's face. This place is spacious enough, right? Elder Lin said as he brought Chu Mu to the courtyard behind the shop. Chu Mu glanced around. This courtyard was a few hundred square meters. It was more than 10 meters long and 10 meters wide. It was big enough. Sure. Chu Mu nodded and took out a flying shuttle from his space ring. Yes, a flying shuttle. Originally, Elder Lin's eyes were half closed and his attitude was relaxed. However, the moment he saw Chu Mu take out the flying shuttle, his eyes suddenly opened wide. A sharp light shot out like a sword ray, piercing through the void and leaving behind 2 scars. An incomparably tyrannical aura surged out of his body like a tsunami. Then, as if he thought of something, Elder Lin quickly retracted his powerful aura and quickly glanced at Chu Mu. He was a 9-star martial saint. The aura he released when he lost control instantly reached the level of a 9-star martial saint. Cultivators below the 9-star martial saint level would definitely not feel good at such a close distance. However, when he looked at Chu Mu, he saw that his figure was stable. Although he could not see his face or eyes clearly due to the mask, he felt that the other party was not affected by his sudden outburst of aura at all. In other words, this person was either a 9-star saint level expert like him, or an 8-star saint level genius. Otherwise, he was one of the 6-star saint level geniuses. Only a 7-star saint level expert could withstand the impact of a 9-star saint level expert's aura for a short time. He could eliminate the third possibility. Regardless of the first 2 possibilities, Elder Lin had to take them seriously. From the bottom of his heart, he did not dare to underestimate this person. Whether it was the strength of this person or the flying shuttle he took out, they were all reasons for him to take seriously. Such a person, even if he borrowed the black market token, was not an ordinary person. The flying shuttle of the Black Demon Mansion. When Elder Lin saw the symbol on the black flying shuttle, he could not help but tremble. His eyes revealed a trace of horror. The Black Demon Mansion was one of the 5 great city lord mansions in the land of exile. It could be said that it was one of the 5 most powerful forces in the land of exile. There were many 9-star martial saints in the mansion and countless high-level martial saints. There were many geniuses in the mansion. Someone from such a powerful force actually dared to sell their flying shuttle. In fact, it was not that the items of the 5 great city lord mansions had not been sold in the Black Hall before. However, most of the items were of ordinary value. Flying shuttles could be said to be very expensive. Its value was high enough to make most people shrink back. Many small forces could only look at it and sigh. Even some medium-sized forces would be lucky to have 2 or 3 flying shuttles. Large forces would not have more than 20 flying shuttles. Each of the 5 great city lord mansions only had 50 to 60 flying shuttles. This was accumulated over many years. As for those who owned flying shuttles, there were very few of them. Most of them were famous 9-star martial saints. Geniuses of the 8-star martial saints or monstrous geniuses like the 6-star martial saints. In short, owning a flying shuttle was a symbol of strength and wealth. Of course, the person who took out the flying shuttle was definitely not one of those people, because this flying shuttle came from the Black Demon Mansion and belonged to the Black Demon Mansion. However, it was sold in the black market by this person. It was obvious that this was not a legitimate acquisition, but a robbery. And to be able to own a flying shuttle, that person from the Black Devil Hall was definitely a high-level saint. His status in the Black Devil Hall must be extraordinary. Hence, if news of this were to leak out, that person would definitely be hunted down by the experts of the Black Devil Hall. Being hunted down by the mansion's experts was definitely not a pleasant outcome. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through his mind. It was a little messy. Even Elder Lin himself could not afford to offend the Black Demon Mansion. In front of the Black Demon Mansion, he was like an ant. Fortunately, this was the black market. The power of the black market was not much inferior to the Black Demon Mansion. Not to mention, the value of a flying shuttle was very considerable. Even he was tempted. "How's the price?" Chu Mu spoke, interrupting Elder Lin's chaotic thoughts. The price of flying shuttles is very high. This flying shuttle came from the Black Demon Mansion. In all aspects, it's not something an ordinary flying shuttle can compare to. It's a small premium flying shuttle. Elder Lin originally intended to say that the flying shuttle was an ordinary flying shuttle because the price difference between an ordinary flying shuttle and a premium flying shuttle was huge. But after thinking about it, he couldn't be sure if the other party understood. Adding on the fact that the other party was an expert, not inferior to him, and considering the huge value of the flying shuttle, he was worried that the other party wouldn't be willing to trade with him. Thus, he could only tell the truth. However, he still wanted to fight for it and lower the price as much as possible. However, I'm afraid that the origin of this flying shuttle isn't legitimate. Moreover, the Black Demon Manor is one of the 5 city Lord Manors with terrifying strength. To trade with you, I have to bear a lot of pressure of life and death. Thus, the price of this flying shuttle, Elder Lin rambled on for a long time. Just tell me the price. Everything else is fake. Chu Mu interrupted Elder Lin. He was not respectful just because the other party was a 9-star saint expert. He was here to make a deal. Elder Lin was a little annoyed by Chu Mu's interruption. He smiled embarrassedly and stretched out 3 fingers. 3,000 silver hearts. I'd better go to the other shops. Chu Mu waved his hand and kept the flying shuttle. He turned around and was about to leave. Wait, sir. The price is negotiable. Elder Lin quickly stopped Chu Mu. What is the price in your mind? If he could buy this flying shuttle, change the color and logo and sell it, he would be able to make a huge profit. That kind of wealth was something that even a 9-star saint like him would be incomparably moved. He had been operating here for decades, and this was his first time encountering such an opportunity. If he missed it, he was afraid that he would not have another chance. Because of this, Elder Lin lost his composure. You're the shop owner. You should be the one to bid. Chu Mu retorted. In fact, he was not very clear about the market price of flying shuttles. Long Yun Kong and the others were not clear about this either. However, Chu Mu understood one thing. In a transaction, the buyer would try to lower the price as much as possible. This was a very normal thing, especially in the black market. Elder Lin was silent and pondered. Do you have any flying shuttles for sale here? Chu Mu asked. You want to buy one? Elder Lin looked at Chu Mu in surprise and asked. You just have to answer. Chu Mu's tone was cold. This attitude made Elder Lin feel that this was an existence that was not inferior to him or even stronger than him. I don't have any here. However, an old friend's shop does have a few flying shuttles for sale, Elder Lin replied. What's the price? Chu Mu asked again. Elder Lin was silent. All right, I'll go and ask first, Chu Mu said. Wait. Elder Lin hurriedly stopped Chu Mu. He was very helpless and lamented that it was not easy to make money, especially when he encountered such a difficult customer. He did not want to miss this transaction. An ordinary small flying shuttle is 4,000 silver hearts. A premium small flying shuttle is 6,000 silver hearts. In that case, I'll sell this flying shuttle to you for 6,000 silver hearts, Chu Mu said. Elder Lin's expression changed drastically. You must be joking. The market price of a premium small flying shuttle is about 5,000 silver hearts. However, this is the black market. It's not based on the market price. Since he had said so much, Elder Lin simply said, How about this? For 1,000, I'll buy it for 4,000. For 1,500, Chu Mu said directly. 4,100, Elder Lin bid again. 4,500, you can still earn 500. It's a fixed price. Chu Mu's tone was very firm. Otherwise, he would just go to a few more shops to take a look. It would just take more time. 4,500. 4,500. Elder Lin paced back and forth on the spot. He felt that he was about to go crazy. There was a difference of 500. That was not a black iron heart or a bronze heart, but a silver heart. 500 silver hearts were enough to make many 9-star saints work for them. However, if he did not agree, he would not be able to earn a single silver heart. This was the black market's black temple. Only transactions could be made here. Once he made a move, he would violate the rules of the black market's owner. At that time, his ending would be very miserable. All right, 4,500 it is. Elder Lin gritted his teeth and growled. His eyes were red. He looked like a rabbit that had been provoked and would bite at any time. Chapter 1747. Chu Mu found Elder Lin's expression a little funny, but he wasn't afraid. Since they had reached an agreement, all that was left was to complete the deal. At this moment, Elder Lin's face revealed an awkward expression. Sir, that Elder Lin's tone was intermittent. Don't tell me you don't have enough silver hearts to pay? Chu Mu asked. Not only is your strength unfathomable, but your wisdom is also incomparable to ordinary people, Elder Lin said respectfully. Then this deal can't be done. Chu Mu was unmoved and said regretfully, No, it can be done, it can still be done. Elder Lin was afraid that Chu Mu would go back on his word, so he hurriedly said, Didn't you plan to buy a flying shuttle? That old guy and I have known each other for hundreds of years. When the time comes, his flying shuttle will help me pay for a portion of it. I want to buy an ordinary small flying shuttle. You have to help me negotiate the price, Chu Mu said. This was the condition. Originally, he planned to buy a small, exquisite flying shuttle. Unfortunately, the price in the black market was as high as 6,000 silver hearts. Even if he could bargain, the most he could get was 5,500 silver hearts. Even with the 4,500 silver hearts he got from selling the Black Demon Mansion's flying shuttle and the ones he had, it was still not enough. Even if it was enough, Chu Mu could only give up because he still had other uses for the silver hearts. Taking a step back, he could only buy an ordinary small flying shuttle. If he didn't buy it, his accumulation of wealth would be astonishing. Okay. Elder Lin agreed happily. There was no other way. Who asked him to not be able to take out 4,500 silver hearts at once. Sir, I estimate that the price can only be 3,500 silver hearts at most. Elder Lin thought for a while and added, 3,500 silver hearts. This was also a standard in Chu Mu's heart. Of course, it would be best if it could be lower. Let's use 3,500 silver hearts as the benchmark. The lower the price, the better. Half of the lower portion will belong to you. In other words, if the final price was 3,500 silver hearts, Elder Lin still had to pay Chu Mu 1,000 silver hearts. But if the price could be lowered to 3,400 silver hearts, 50 of the 100 silver hearts would belong to Elder Lin. I'll do my best. Elder Lin was delighted at first, but he soon smiled bitterly. He knew his old friend's temperament very well. The price of 3,500 was probably the limit. The Black Demon Mansion's flying shuttle was still in Chu Mu's spatial ring because Elder Lin had yet to give him the silver heart. He left the backyard and returned to the shop. Song Ling and the other two were still there. From the looks of it, they were waiting for Chu Mu to come out before ruthlessly attacking Yang Lu. Just as she was about to speak, Song Ling noticed a smile on Elder Lin's face. She had known Elder Lin for more than 20 years and had rarely seen him smile. This kind of smile was clearly joy from the bottom of his heart. Could it be that the person brought by Yang Lu had something that Elder Lin was very satisfied with? Yang Lu also noticed this and immediately looked at Chu Mu with a puzzled expression. However, Chu Mu did not respond. Deacon Yang, you finally brought the right person this time. Elder Lin's tone was very happy as he chuckled. As he walked outside, he turned around and called out to Chu Mu, Sir, please follow me. That attitude and that tone shocked everyone even more. What did you do? Song Ling asked involuntarily. However, Chu Mu acted as if he did not hear her and ignored her. He followed Elder Lin out of the shop and walked outside. Yang Lu hurriedly followed behind. I want to take a look too. What about the two of you? Song Ling said unwillingly. Then let's go and take a look together. The shop that sold the flying shuttle was not far from Elder Lin's Scarlet Snow Shop. It was only a few 100 meters away, so they arrived very quickly. Old man, there's business at the door, Elder Lin shouted before he even entered the shop. What business? An old voice came out. Immediately, an old man who looked very old walked out. He had a stooped body and a hunchback. His aura was just like an ordinary person. However, anyone who treated him as an ordinary person would be a fool. As he spoke, the hunchback old man's turbid eyes casually swept past Chu Mu and the others' faces. In that instant, Chu Mu knew that the strength of this hunchback old man was probably above Elder Lin. Come. I'll tell you in detail. Elder Lin pulled the hunchback old man's sleeve and walked into the shop. At the same time, he turned his head and greeted Chu Mu. Sir, please wait for a moment. Chu Mu nodded. Elder Lin pulled the hunchback old man into the shop and began to talk. Everyone waited outside. What did you trade with Elder Lin? Yang Lu finally could not hold back her curiosity and asked Chu Mu. Nothing. Chu Mu said, not to mention Yang Liu's previous attitude. Even if her attitude was very good, Chu Mu could not tell her that he traded with the Black Demon Palace's flying shuttle. The implications were too great. Yang Liu's brows furrowed when she met with a cold rebuff from Chu Mu. She was a little annoyed. Immediately, she seemed to have thought of something, and her expression returned to normal. Time slowly passed. A quarter of an hour felt like a year to everyone. Sir, please come in. Elder Lin popped his head out and said to Chu Mu. Chu Mu followed him into the shop. I have 3 ordinary small shuttles here. You can choose one. The hunchback old man's turbid eyes stared at Chu Mu. After a few breaths, as if he wanted to see through him, he waved his hand and 3 flying shuttles about 10 meters long each appeared in front of him. The 3 shuttles were different in color. One was ice blue, one was fiery red, and the last one was bright yellow. The 3 shuttles were generally similar in appearance. They were all shuttle-shaped, which was why they were called shuttles. However, the details were different. The ice blue shuttle had a sharp protrusion in front. It was about the thickness of an arm and half a meter long. It was thinner and sharper at the end like a straight horn. The fiery red shuttle looked taller and narrower, with small triangular wings on both sides. The bright yellow shuttle was wider and flatter with a fish-like tail. What's the difference? Chu Mu asked. The hunchback old man had no intention of explaining, so Elder Lin simply explained, letting Chu Mu know the differences between the 3 shuttles. Price? Chu Mu asked again. 3,500. Elder Lin had a bitter look on his face. It seemed that if the price could not be reduced, he would not be able to get more benefits from it. I want the bright yellow shuttle, and you give me 1,000 silver hearts. Chu Mu said. Immediately, Chu Mu took out the Black Demon Palace's flying shuttle. The hunchback old man's eyes lit up. The transaction was completed. Chu Mu heaved a sigh of relief. Now he could go to the Black Demon Giant Sword again, because the silver hearts were enough. Haha, sir, please come again next time. Elder Lin sent Chu Mu away and laughed. Although the price could not be negotiated, he could at least earn 500 silver hearts. The profit was huge, so he was naturally happy. Elder Lin's attitude made everyone even more puzzled and suspicious. Elder Lin, how much did you trade? Song Ling couldn't help but ask. It's 10 times more than the 2 deals you brought, Elder Lin replied. 10 times more. Song Ling and Yang Lu were shocked. The 2 of them traded 50 silver hearts. 10 times more. That would be 500 silver hearts. 10 times more. That would be more than 500 silver hearts. Yang Lu was more shocked than Song Ling because Song Ling didn't know Chu Mu's cultivation. but Yang Lu knew that he was an early-stage fourth sky of the Aeon realm. His trade volume was more than 500 silver hearts. This was a trade volume that many 9-star saints could not achieve. Elder Lin, farewell. Song Ling's expression was extremely ugly, but she still said goodbye to Elder Lin and left with the other two. She was afraid that she would be humiliated if she stayed. At this moment, Yang Lu did not have the slightest intention of attacking Song Ling with words. That was because, in addition to her shock, she also felt some regret. She thought to herself that she should not have treated this person so coldly, to the point where she did not even ask for his name. Yang Lu's thoughts were extremely complicated. Her expression was even more complicated. Deacon Yang, is there anything else? Chu Mu asked. What? Yang Lu was confused. If there's nothing else, I would like to return to Bloodbath City. Chu Mu said, Oh, okay. I'll arrange it right away. Yang Lu quickly replied. Compared to before, her attitude was very different. Walking out of the Black Hall, they quickly left the Black Hall and went back to the entrance. On the way, Yang Lu opened her mouth a few times, wanting to say something. Chu Mu knew that she wanted to say something, but he didn't care because he felt that there was no need. He's just a beginner 4-star martial saint. Someone probably sent him to sell the goods. As Yang Lu's thoughts churned, she finally came up with this idea. She relaxed and no longer planned to speak. They didn't say anything along the way. When they reached their destination, Yang Lu took the lead and flew up. Immediately, the ground above them cracked again, revealing an exit. Yang Lu went through the exit first, followed by Chu Mu. Finally, they returned to the ground. Yang Lu took out the flying shuttle. The two of them boarded it and flew quickly in the direction of Bloodbath City. A few days later, they arrived outside Bloodbath City. When they got off the flying shuttle, the carriage was already waiting for them. It was obvious that the black market was very well informed. However, this time, Chu Mu didn't ride the carriage with Yang Lu. The purpose of his trip was already over. There was no need to spend more time with her. Yang Lu was happy to do so. In the blink of an eye, the trip to the black market and Yang Lu were thrown to the back of Chu Mu's mind. Should I go to the City of Silver to sell the elixirs, or go to the Onyx God Sword? Chu Mu thought as he walked into Bloodbath City. It's been more than 10 days. Maybe Long Yun Kong and the others already have news. I'll return the black market token to Su Qingyao first and see what's going on. Chu Mu made a decision and quickened his pace. Chapter 1748. There were many people in Bloodbath City. After Chu Mu walked through the city gates, he followed the flow of people. Young master, you've returned. A voice rang out. Lin Biruo strode over from the side and stood respectfully beside Chu Mu. Chu Mu was speechless. He had planned to ignore Lin Biruo, his so-called maidservant, so he had no intention of looking for her after returning to Bloodbath City. He didn't expect her to come looking for him herself. How did you know I was coming back? Chu Mu asked. Sword Saint Luyan told me. Lin Biruo replied respectfully. Lin Biruo often went to Long Yun Kong's manor to see if Chu Mu had returned. She met Long Yun Kong some time ago and asked about it. Long Yun Kong also knew that Lin Biruo was Chu Mu's maidservant and didn't hide it. After that, Lin Biruo often went out to see if she could bump into Chu Mu. After many times, she finally met Chu Mu. After knowing what happened, Chu Mu was even more speechless. This Lin Biruo, this maidservant, really, he didn't know how to describe it. All right, perhaps it wasn't a bad thing to have such a silly maidservant accompany him in the land of exile. Young master, Sword Saint Luyan asked me to tell you that he's going out for a while and will only be back after some time. When the time comes, he will look for you, Lin Biruo said. Chu Mu nodded. I'm going to the City of Silver. Are you going to stay here, or... Before Chu Mu could finish his sentence, Lin Biruo interrupted him. I'll go wherever you go. All right. Chu Mu didn't reject this time. However, you should go back to the Lin family and wait for me. I still have something to do. After I'm done, I'll go to the Lin family to look for you." "Yes, young master," Lin Biruo replied obediently. Chu Mu's task was to return the black market token to Su Qingya. Hence, he went to Bloodbath Hall. Slaughtering Blood Hall was not an easy place to enter, so Chu Mu was stopped. "The two of you, I have something to discuss with Su Qingya. Please inform her," Chu Mu said to the guards at the entrance of Bloodbath Hall. "This is not a place you should be," one of the guards said coldly. "Leave immediately. Otherwise, it will be seen as an invasion," another guard said coldly. There was even a trace of killing intent in his voice. These two guards were both 6-star saints. The killing aura on their bodies let Chu Mu know that these two people were veterans of hundreds of battles. Their life and death experiences were incomparably plentiful. But so what? If Chu Mu made a move, he would not even need to use his sword to kill the two of them. However, he didn't do so, and he couldn't do so because that would provoke the slaughtering Blood Hall. Such a colossus wasn't something Chu Mu could deal with right now. Since it wouldn't work, Chu Mu didn't say anything else. He could only wait for the next opportunity to return the black market token to Su Qingya and leave. A mere 4-star martial saint wants to see Miss Su. Ignore him. There are plenty of people like him. The two guards didn't bother to hide their words. They entered Chu Mu's ears, but Chu Mu didn't react. Following that, Chu Mu went to the Lin family. After finding Lin Biruo, he left the city. When no one was looking, Chu Mu took out a bright yellow flying shuttle and opened the door. A flying shuttle. Lin Biruo was shocked. Although her young master's cultivation was only at the early 4th layer of the Wangu realm, which was lower than her, he was on good terms with the flowing cloud sword monarch Long Yunkong. She knew that he wasn't an ordinary person. However, she didn't expect her young master to have a flying shuttle. In the past, when the Lin family was at its peak, they also had 2 flying shuttles. But now they were sold. "Do you know how to drive a flying shuttle?" Chu Mu asked. "Young master, I do," Lin Biruo replied. Flying shuttles weren't something that anyone could drive. Those who were new to it would need a period of training before they could master it. The Lin family used to have a flying shuttle, and Lin Biruo had learned how to drive one. Excluding the pilot, there were 4 seats in the small flying shuttle. It could accommodate 5 people in total. Lin Biruo sat in the pilot's seat and was responsible for driving the shuttle. Chu Mu sat in one of the 4 seats behind. The flying shuttle started and quickly left Bloodbath City, heading towards the City of Silver. Every flying shuttle had a topographic map that marked the locations of the 5 major cities and dozens of camps, as well as the location of the Onyx God Greatsword. In short, all the terrain that had been explored would be marked out. The normal flying speed of an ordinary small flying shuttle was equivalent to the full speed of an advanced 7-star saint. Only premium flying shuttles could reach the level of an 8-star saint. Of course, if one didn't care about the energy consumption, the speed of an ordinary small flying shuttle could be close to that of an 8-star saint. Chu Mu didn't need Lin Biruo to unleash the maximum speed of the flying shuttle. He only needed it to fly at normal speed. It would take almost 2 months to travel from Bloodbath City to the City of Silver using the speed of an ordinary flying shuttle. This meant that Chu Mu and Lin Biruo would have to spend almost 2 months on the flying shuttle. However, it didn't matter. In these 2 months, Chu Mu wouldn't waste any of it, because he could use this time to wholeheartedly comprehend the energy unification technique. As he continued to comprehend and accumulate, the technique of combining strength became more and more profound. Lin Biruo focused on driving the flying shuttle. The flying shuttle had the ability to sense auras. If a powerful aura appeared within a certain range, it would be sensed. The route that the flying shuttle took was a route that had been opened up long ago. It was also a relatively safe route that wouldn't encounter any attacks. Moreover, people who could drive flying shuttles were usually extraordinary. Under normal circumstances, no one would provoke them. After nearly 2 months, they finally arrived outside the City of Silver. During this time, no accidents happened. After getting off the flying shuttle and putting it away, Chumu brought Lin Biro and quickly entered the City of Silver. Chumu's goal was to sell spiritual herbs. The seller in his mind was the city lord's residence. Therefore, he didn't delay and brought Lin Biro, his maidservant, straight to the city lord's residence. The city lord's residence had opened up a place that specialized in purchasing spiritual herbs. It was some distance away from the city lord's residence. "I want to sell spiritual herbs," Chumu said. "Black iron root, right? Take it out." The person in charge of the reception was a mid-level martial saint. He glanced at Chumu and said lazily, in his opinion, a mere 4-star beginner martial saint could only take out low-level spiritual herbs, like the black iron root. As for the bronze root, he didn't even need to think about it. Even for the black iron root, a mere 4-star beginner martial saint cultivator, the lowest existence, couldn't take out many. At most, he could only take out a dozen or so. He had received many people like this, so he didn't take it to heart. Immediately, Chumu waved his hand, and stalks of black iron root appeared in front of the person. The shop assistant was shocked when he scanned with his spiritual energy. There were 500 stalks of black iron root in front of him. 500 stalks of black iron root weren't much, but it was shocking for a 4-star beginner martial saint to take out 500 stalks of black iron root. "Someone asked you to sell them, right?" 4,000 black iron hearts. While the shop assistant was shocked, his expression swiftly returned to normal. With a sweep of his gaze, he put away all 500 black metal roots and took out 4,000 black metal cores. "Isn't the Silver City buying black iron roots for 10 black iron hearts per stalk? It should be 5,000 black iron hearts," Lin Biro said. 4,000 black iron hearts. "Do you want them? If not, I'll keep them," the shop assistant said disdainfully. A 4-star martial saint and a 5-star martial saint were nothing to be taken seriously. After all, they were backed by the Silver City Lord Mansion. Chumu finally understood. It turned out that this fellow was planning on earning a fortune from this. Originally, 500 stalks of black iron root could be sold for 5,000 black iron hearts. He only offered 4,000, and the remaining 1,000 was earned by himself. Using this method, he could continuously accumulate wealth. "Take out the 500 stalks of black iron root." "I'm not selling them," Chumu said calmly. According to the normal market price, a stalk of black iron root could be sold for 7 or 8 black iron hearts. Only the Silver City Lord Mansion bought them at the highest price, which was 10 black iron hearts. Now, the shop assistant was offering him 8 black iron hearts per stalk. It was the highest price in the normal market. It was not bad. However, the shop assistant's attitude was very problematic. This made Chumu unhappy. Hence, he was not selling them. "Looks like you don't even want these 4,000 black iron hearts. If that's the case, I'll take them." The shop assistant smiled. With a wave of his hand, he kept all 4,000 black iron hearts. In this way, he had earned 5,000 black iron hearts for no reason. He was stuffing them into his own pockets. It looked like this was not the first time this person had done something like this. Now that he was still so carefree, it meant that he had a backer. Hence, he was not in trouble. However, those people in the past might have been fearful and could only suffer secretly. But this time, the person he had offended was Chumu. The Silver City Lord Mansion was undoubtedly a massive entity. It was an extremely tyrannical existence. Chumu was unwilling to offend them, but that did not mean that Chumu had to swallow his pride. He did not care about 500 stalks of black iron roots and 5,000 black iron hearts. However, the shop assistant was clearly looking down on him and wanted to humiliate him. How could he take a loss and back down? For someone like him, if one did not provoke him, it would be fine if they said a few words. He would not take it to heart. However, once he was provoked and angered, the consequences would be terrible. Take out the 500 stalks of black iron roots, and I won't pursue the matter. Chu Mu looked at the shop assistant, and his tone became even calmer. What black iron roots? Are you talking to me? The shop assistant revealed a blank look. He was clearly playing dumb. If Chu Mu was not the person involved, he might have really believed him. You are clearly the one who embezzled my young master's 500 stalks of black iron roots. How dare you play dumb? Lin Biruo, the little maidservant, was furious. Chapter 1749. Who is making such a ruckus here? A cold voice sounded, and a middle-aged man walked out from inside. His face was cold and stern, and his icy gaze swept past Chu Mu and Lin Biruo's faces. Shopkeeper, you're here. These two people came here to cause trouble. The shop assistant complained first. Nonsense. You're the one who coveted my young master's 500 stalks of black iron roots. How dare you twist the truth and sow discord? Lin Biruo, the little maid, glared at him coldly, and her voice was as sharp as a sword. Shopkeeper, how could I do such a thing? The shop assistant had an innocent look on his face. The middle-aged shopkeeper looked at him deeply, then looked at Chu Mu and the others and said, Both of you, this is the place where the Silver Mansion specializes in purchasing spirit herbs. If there's nothing else, please leave as soon as possible. This was a warning. The shopkeeper knew the shop assistant's background very well. Therefore, he did not doubt Lin Biruo's words at all. But so what? This was a place set up by the Silver Mansion, and it specialized in purchasing spirit herbs. Once news of someone coveting spirit herbs spread, it would cause some unnecessary impact. It would tarnish the Silver Mansion's image and tarnish their reputation. Perhaps this was nothing to the Silver Mansion, but as members of the Silver Mansion, they definitely could not do anything that would tarnish the Silver Mansion's image. Secondly, this shop assistant was not an ordinary shop assistant. Although his cultivation talent was average and he was destined to not achieve much, it was still unknown whether he could break through to the 7-star saint level. It was precisely because of this that he was sent here to be a shop assistant. However, he had a backer, and this backer made him, the shopkeeper, very wary of him. Combining these two reasons, the shopkeeper naturally had to stand on the shop assistant's side. Looks like you're planning to cover up for him, Chu Mu said. I'm upright and upright. How can I cover up for him? I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences, said the shopkeeper sternly. He seemed to be full of righteousness. In reality, in his eyes, Chu Mu, a 4-star saint rank initial stage, was probably some small family's young master. Compared to the Silver Palace, the difference was countless times, and he wasn't a cause for concern. What a pity. I've only been here for a short time, Chu Mu said to himself. If he had more time, perhaps he would be able to gain a considerable status in the land of exile. At that time, no one would look down on him and bully him because of his low cultivation. Now, he could only use his own strength to defend himself. At the very most, if things got out of hand, he would just use his trump card and wipe out the entire Silver Manor. As his thoughts turned, Chu Mu's eyes turned cold and sharp. A terrifying sword intent instantly spread out from his body and locked onto the shop assistant and shopkeeper. His sword will and aura condensed into an illusory sword in an instant and slashed through the void. This aura was truly too tyrannical. The shopkeeper's expression instantly changed, and he hastily released his own aura to resist. However, in an instant his aura was slashed apart by Chu Mu's aura sword. It was ripped apart and slammed into his body. His mind trembled, and he retreated a few steps while his entire body trembled. The shopkeeper was a 7-star saint, while the shop assistant was a 6-star saint. Even a 7-star saint couldn't resist Chu Mu's aura, let alone an ordinary 6-star saint. In the face of Chu Mu's sort of aura, he couldn't even release his own aura to resist. He was instantly struck. He felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. His mind trembled. His soul trembled, and his primordial spirit trembled. It felt as if his soul was being torn apart. The shop assistant screamed uncontrollably. It was incomparably mournful and echoed endlessly in the shop. Chu Mu didn't kill him, but the sword of aura directly injured him. His mind, primordial spirit, and soul were obviously affected and on the verge of collapse. It could be said that the shop assistant was half crippled. Who are you? Who exactly are you? The shopkeeper was a 7-star saint after all. To a certain extent, he could resist Chu Mu's sword of aura. Moreover, Chu Mu's main target was the shop assistant. He was just a secondary target. Therefore, he wasn't affected that much. However, he was very shocked and his voice was filled with horror. Was this a 4-star beginner stage saint? A 4-star beginner stage saint could completely suppress him, a 7-star saint, and cause the mind of a 6-star saint to collapse. Was this really a 4-star beginner stage saint? The shopkeeper felt that he had misjudged this time. He had met a terrifying person. I don't care about 500 black iron cores, but... Chu Mu's eyes became colder and colder. Men, come quickly. Someone is causing trouble here. The shopkeeper shouted loudly. At this moment, a team of silver-colored guards happened to be patrolling nearby. When they heard the shopkeeper's shout, they immediately turned around and rushed over. Shopkeeper Yen, what's going on? There were a total of 10 silver-colored guards who rushed over. They were led by a 7-star intermediate stage saint, and 9 of them were 6-star peak stage saints. When they arrived at the shop, the captain glanced at the shopkeeper and asked in a deep voice, Captain Lin, you've come at the right time. This person wants to use his strength to commit violence in the shop. Shopkeeper Yin pointed at Chu Mu and said sternly. As for the shop assistant, he collapsed mentally and fainted. Captain Lin and the other 9 members all looked at Chu Mu's face. Then they looked at Shopkeeper Yen with astonishment and confusion. Shopkeeper Yen, this is not a good joke. Captain Lin said coldly. In their eyes, Chu Mu was only a 4-star beginner stage saint, while Shopkeeper Yen was a 7-star beginner stage saint. The gap between the two was huge. Even a 6-star beginner stage saint couldn't bridge the gap. Now, they were saying that a 4-star beginner stage saint could cause a 7-star beginner stage saint to be helpless and had to ask for their help. Was this 7-star beginner stage saint just for show? Captain Lin, you have to believe me. This person is definitely not simple. He crushed my shop assistant's mind and fainted with his aura. He even defeated my aura. Shopkeeper, Yen said quickly. However, Captain Lin still couldn't believe it. No one would believe such words without experiencing it for themselves. This is the place where the Silver Mansion buys spiritual herbs. It's not a place where people embezzle other people's spiritual herbs. Chu Mu said neither too fast nor too slow. This one sentence allowed Captain Lin and the others to roughly understand what was going on. They coldly glanced at Shopkeeper Yen. People like them were extremely disgusted by the matter of corruption. In fact, most people hated embezzlement. He's Lord Minkong's cousin. Shopkeeper Yen pointed at the unconscious shop assistant and smiled bitterly. At this moment, he didn't bother to explain anything. Captain Minkong. Captain Lin and the others were shocked and their expressions changed. He was just a small captain. There were squadron captains above him, then platoon captains, vice commanders, and the commanders. Although they didn't belong to Captain Minkong's team and weren't directly under his jurisdiction, Captain Minkong was still a platoon captain. Regardless of status or strength, Captain Minkong was much stronger than them. They couldn't afford to offend him. Take them away. Captain Lin waved his hand. His team members immediately moved forward and were about to capture Chu Mu and Lind Biro. Get lost! With a low shout, a terrifying aura surged out, causing the 9 team members to tremble. As for Captain Lin, his face fell. He immediately released his aura, but it was destroyed. Under the impact, his mind was shaken, and he was forced to retreat. The 9 team members lost their ability to move and collapsed to the ground under Chumu's aura. Captain Lin was the only one who held on. He was extremely shocked. Shopkeeper Yan's words were true. A 4-star martial saint could suppress a 7-star martial saint with his aura. One should know that Shopkeeper Yan couldn't compare with his strength. Yet he was suppressed. "Sir, who are you?" Captain Lin said with difficulty. At this moment, the unconscious shop assistant woke up. The first thing he did was to take out a piece of jade from his spatial ring and crush it. "You're dead. My cousin will be here soon." The shop assistant stared at Chumu with a ferocious expression. "Lord Mingkong is coming." Shopkeeper Yen was delighted. He couldn't imagine that a 7-star martial saint would panic because of a 4-star martial saint. "Sir, don't make a mistake," Captain Lin said, trying to stall for time. "Are you trying to stall for time?" Chumu saw through Captain Lin's intention. "Don't worry. I won't leave just like that. Since you dare to take my things, you have to pay the price." Lin Biruo stood beside Chumu. Her expression didn't change at all, but she was very nervous. The people of the Silver Mansion were terrifying existences that couldn't be trifled with. Her young master dared to go against them and didn't seem to be afraid at all. What was the origin of her young master? Chumu's words caused Captain Lin to be bewildered. Who was this person? What was his origin? How could he be so fearless in front of the Silver Mansion? He was very worried that if this person really had an extraordinary background, then if this matter continued to escalate, it would eventually escalate into an unpredictable outcome. At that time, it was very likely that it would incite a conflict between the Silver Manor and another huge faction. If that force was one of the other City Lord mansions, then the consequences would be severe. Everyone present would be implicated. Captain Lin was extremely frightened at this moment. After his 9 team members understood the crux of the matter, each of them revealed a look of fear. Dying in battle wasn't scary. What was scary was being implicated. Even their family members would be implicated, and their ending would be very tragic. At this moment, a terrifying aura descended. It was as if a sharp sword had been unsheathed. It turned into a sharp blade and slashed, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. Chapter 1750. My cousin is here. You're dead meat. The shop assistant laughed maniacally, full of the joy of revenge. He knew that his mind had been crushed. Now that he had awakened, he still felt a sense of emptiness. It would take a long time for him to recover bit by bit. In the end, he wouldn't be able to recover to his original state. Although he knew that his achievements would stop here, this feeling was extremely unpleasant. His resentment was like a poisonous snake gnawing at his heart. He wanted revenge. He wanted revenge crazily. However, he did not have the strength. He could only rely on others. Now his cousin was here. The moment the powerful aura descended, a figure tore through the sky like lightning and appeared in the shop. This person was wearing a bright silver full-body armor. He carried a bright silver sword on his back. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were cold. As he appeared, his aura became stronger and more oppressive. It could be said that among the people present, except for Chumu, everyone's expression changed drastically. Their bodies trembled as they struggled to hold on under this aura. Lin Biruo only felt that she was about to collapse. It was as if she had fallen into a stormy sea and was being hit by huge waves. She struggled to hold on, but was powerless. She felt that her whole body was about to collapse. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew by. Wherever that breeze passed, the monstrous waves actually gradually slowed down. The terrifying aura that wanted to destroy her was greatly reduced by this gentle breeze. It gradually calmed down and was no longer able to cause the slightest bit of impact. "Cousin, cousin!" the shop assistant shouted. Only then did the person in bright silver armor retract his aura and look over. Immediately, his expression changed. With a single glance, he was able to tell that his cousin's mind had crumbled not long ago. Lord Mingkong. Shopkeeper Yen hurriedly bowed. Captain Mingkong. Captain Lin and the others also hurriedly bowed. Only Chu Mu and Lin Biro did not speak. Chu Mu looked indifferent. Lin Biro looked at Chu Mu curiously. She could feel that the person who had protected her from the impact of the terrifying aura was her master. What's going on? Mingkong spoke. Her voice was ice cold, making people tremble. Cousin, it's him. He wanted to sell me some fake black iron roots. I refused to take them, so he forced me to take them. He even used his strength to bully me. As soon as the shop assistant opened his mouth, he began to distort black and white. Pointing at Chu Mu, his saliva flew out in all directions. Shopkeeper Yen, Captain Lin, and the others knew that this was nonsense, but they didn't say anything. Shopkeeper Yen was pleased, while Captain Lin and the others were silent. Mingkong looked at Chu Mu with a cold look in his eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. A terrifying aura condensed into a line and locked onto Chu Mu, charging out without holding back. The powerful aura of an 8-star saint poured out without holding back at this moment. Not to mention a 4-star saint. Even a 7-star saint would have his mind destroyed instantly under such an aura. Even if he didn't die, he would be half crippled. However, facing the full impact of Mingkong's aura, Chu Mu's expression didn't change. His body didn't move at all. He was like an ancient mountain. Mingkong only felt that his aura was like a stone sinking into the sea. It disappeared without a trace, without causing any ripples. For a moment, Mingkong was a little surprised. However, he made his move again. He didn't need to consider whether his cousin was telling the truth or not. He also didn't think too much about why his aura didn't work. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill the person who dared to offend him. Mingkong didn't draw his sword. He thought that no matter how powerful a 4-star saint was, he couldn't be compared to an 8-star saint like him. He opened his 5 fingers. His right hand, which was wearing a bright silver iron glove, directly grabbed out. It seemed to penetrate the void. Along with his body, it turned into a bright silver thunderbolt. It was as if lightning tore through the dark sky and was about to blind everyone's eyes. The shop wasn't big. The distance between Mingkong and Chu Mu was only 12 meters. For an 8-star saint expert, there was no difference between 12 meters and a meter. He arrived in an instant. Chu Mu's eyes reflected a lightning-like silver light. Mingkong's speed was extremely fast. He was even faster than an ordinary 8-star saint. He opened his 5 fingers to grab. Chu Mu was sure that once he was grabbed, his head would be crushed in an instant. Even his primordial spirit would be crushed. Under the grasp of the 5 fingers, Chu Mu's figure was crushed in an instant. "Young master!" Lin Biro exclaimed. Shopkeeper Yen and the shop assistant smiled. However, Mingkong's expression changed. He knew very well that he didn't feel like he had grabbed his target. In the next moment, Mingkong felt that he was locked on by a sharp killing intent. It was vague, but extremely sharp. His expression changed drastically. Mingkong didn't have time to turn around. He immediately rushed forward. His right hand reached back. Just as he was about to grab the sword hilt, he felt that his right hand was locked on. Once he grabbed the sword hilt, the sword would come down and cut off his hand. Mingkong had no choice but to give up on drawing the sword. He quickly moved his body to get rid of the opponent's lock on him. He reached out to draw the sword again. However, just as he was about to draw the sword, his hand was locked on again. He turned around and saw a sword light in front of him. It was a drifting sword light, as if it would appear anywhere at any time. The sword light came from all directions. If it was just a 4-star Saint Beginner sword light, he wouldn't be afraid at all. He could resist it with his protective sword aura, not to mention the armor on his body. Even a 7-star Saint's sword wouldn't be able to break through his armor. However, this person's sword light gave Mingkong an extremely dangerous feeling. Even his protective sword aura and armor couldn't withstand it. Once he was hit, he would be broken through immediately. How could a 4-star saint beginner give him such a feeling? This person was definitely not a 4-star saint beginner. He was an expert who had concealed his strength. He was an expert who wasn't inferior to Ming Kong. At this moment, Ming Kong couldn't regret or curse. How could an expert disguise himself as a 4-star saint beginner? He had to save his own life. Ming Kong relied on his agile body movement and swift speed to move around and dodge. He wanted to draw the sword again and again, but he was suppressed time and time again. This feeling almost drove him crazy. He was a dignified 8-star saint, a dignified captain of the Silver Guards. Yet he was suppressed to the point that he couldn't even draw his sword. To a powerful sword saint, this was an absolute humiliation, a great humiliation. The others around them were all stunned. Although they couldn't see clearly, they could tell that the 4-star beginner saint was actually able to contend with Lord Ming Kong. Even shopkeeper Yen and Captain Lin could tell that Lord Ming Kong seemed to be suppressed and at a disadvantage. How could this be? How could this be? Regret welled up in shopkeeper Yan's heart. How could he have offended such an expert? Lin Biruo was dazzled. She couldn't see anything clearly, but she was extremely excited. She finally knew that her young master's strength was absolutely tyrannical. Could it be that her young master was hiding his cultivation? That should be the case. Otherwise, how could he resist an 8-star saint? The space in the shop was too small. It wasn't conducive to unleashing one's full strength. Otherwise, it would cause more damage. Even Ming Kong had to take this into consideration. As for Chu Mu, he could barely resist an 8-star saint beginner if he didn't use his trump card. Under such circumstances, Ming Kong, an ordinary 8-star saint beginner, was naturally suppressed by Chu Mu. Chu Mu's sword specifically targeted his hands, making him unable to draw his sword. A sword saint without a sword in hand would have his strength greatly reduced. In terms of close combat, how could Chu Mu lose when his opponent was at a disadvantage? Suppression, suppression, suppression. Total suppression. Ming Kong's dodging range was gradually reduced. He wanted to draw his sword again and again, but he was interrupted time and time again. He wanted to take the risk and draw his sword, but he wasn't confident that he could withstand the sharp blade. The consequence of being suppressed was to explode. Ming Kong finally couldn't take it anymore. He completely exploded regardless of everything. A terrifying aura shot up from his body. It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. Streaks of terrifying lightning wandered around Ming Kong's body and spread all over the place. Under the impact of the terrifying aura, the entire shop was trembling. Soon it was shattered. The people around were also blown away by the terrifying aura that exploded from Ming Kong. They were all injured. Except for Chu Mu, no one was spared. The sudden explosion also blocked Chu Mu's sword for a moment. That was enough. Ming Kong reached out and grabbed the hilt of the sword on his back. He suddenly pulled it out. It was as if a bolt of lightning had passed through the sky. It turned into a violent lightning and tore the sky. Under the shocking aura, the terrifying airflow shattered both sides. It charged towards Chu Mu. Ming Kong's sword was filled with anger. It was an attack that gathered all his strength after he exploded. It was extremely powerful. Even an ordinary 8-star Saint Intermediate would find it difficult to resist. There was no sword in this sword. There was only lightning and thunder. It was not only violent, but also fast. It was too fast. Even if Chu Mu noticed it, it was difficult for him to avoid it. Since he couldn't avoid it, he could only defend. 6-path sword style. Streaks of black vortexes formed under the sword. The 6 black vortexes were rearranged by Chu Mu. One after another, they formed a straight line. The first black vortex was directly destroyed by Ming Kong's thunder crash. Then the second and third vortexes followed. As the black vortexes were destroyed one after another, the power of the incomparably violent lightning was constantly being absorbed, becoming weaker and weaker. After the fifth black vortex was destroyed, the power of the thunder crash was reduced to the lowest. When the sixth black vortex was destroyed, there was only a little left. However, this little bit still had the power to kill a peak 7-star saint. Chu Mu waved his sword and destroyed the thunder crash. Chapter 1751. It was as if it had been destroyed by a thunderstorm. The entire shop was completely destroyed, and a powerful aura spread out in all directions. What happened? Someone is fighting. How dare they make a move in the city and cause such a huge commotion? They're really courting death. Let's go and take a look. It was human nature to be a spectator. Immediately, many people rushed over from all directions to watch. Then, teams of warriors in silver armor appeared from the crowd and rushed over. They were the Silver Guards. Immediately, the Silver Guards surrounded and sealed off the surroundings. This was a form of protection. At the same time, it was also a form of encirclement that blocked the escape route. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to make a move in the City of Silver would be punished. At this moment, another person came over quickly. He was wearing bright, silver, full-body armor. His figure was tall and strong, and he was extremely oppressive. "What's going on?" he asked Captain Lin and the others. "Captain Ironcliff, it's Captain Ming Kong who's fighting." Captain Lin hurriedly stood up straight and replied. This sturdy Ironcliff senior captain was his direct subordinate. "What's the reason?" Ironcliff's expression changed, and he asked again in a deep voice. Captain Lin hurriedly explained the cause of the matter in simple words. As Ironcliff listened, a look of disgust flashed across his face. He hated things like greed. However, when he heard that the other party's aura was only at the beginner level of a 4-star saint, but he was able to fight against Ming Kong, and even suppressed her to the point that she was helpless. In the end, she had no choice but to unleash her full power to turn the tables. He was extremely shocked. It should be an expert who hit his cultivation level, Ironcliff thought. Otherwise, he couldn't believe that a mere 4-star saint had the strength to match an 8-star saint. He didn't interfere because this was Ming Kong's battle. No matter what the cause of the matter was, in short, the other party had made a move in the City of Silver and caused a lot of damage. This was a bad influence. As a Silver Guard, his duty was to protect the safety of the City of Silver. Now, the other party had violated the rules of the City of Silver and had to be punished. Now that Ming Kong had made a move, if Ironcliff were to intervene, it would cause Ming Kong's displeasure to a certain extent and destroy the relationship between colleagues. Unless it was something that Ming Kong could not solve. After unleashing his power, Ming Kong completely displayed his strength. Although he could only be considered as an ordinary 8-star saint level beginner, his battle experience was extremely rich. In addition, the sword technique that he cultivated was the Silver Mansion's inherited level sword technique. His strength was still more powerful than some 8-star saint level beginner. Even with such strength, he was still unable to take down the other party. Even so, the pressure on Chumu was still enormous. He didn't use the Sword God's Descent secret technique, nor did he use the Silver God equipment, nor did he use the Demon Vanquishing Vambrace, nor did he use the Sword Domain. He only relied on the 2 swords in his hands and his exquisite sword techniques. True intent, sword force, sword art, sword intent, sword origin, physique. Even though he was at a slight disadvantage, he still stubbornly held on. It wasn't that Chumu didn't want to use the Sword God's Descent secret technique, but after the previous battle with Luo Zhongxiu, he had completely exhausted the secret technique's power. Now, he had only recovered a small part of it. Even if he used it, it wouldn't last for long. Therefore, he could only save it for the critical moment. Every strike of Ming Kong's was like thunder breaking through the sky. It was fast and violent. However, Chumu blocked them all. They couldn't cause any harm to Chumu at all. Occasionally, Chumu would even counterattack once or twice. That terrifying sword technique forced him to defend himself. In the eyes of the crowd, they were evenly matched. Ming Kong's face was extremely ugly and cold. Until now, under the eyes of many people, he still couldn't kill his opponent. Most importantly, he could sense that his opponent's aura was at the beginner level of the 4-star Martial Saint realm. The reason why he could be so powerful was because of his powerful sword origin and powerful swordsmanship. He also saw many silver guards around and saw the appearance of Iron Cliff's captain. At this moment, an illusory figure passed through the crowd and appeared beside Iron Cliff. Only then did it condense into a solid body. Iron Cliff. The person's tone was very indifferent. It's Captain Huan Zhe. Iron Cliff's tone was somewhat respectful. As captains, there were differences in strength. Captain Huan Zhe's strength could be ranked in the top 3 among all the captains of the Silver Guards. He was a true 8-star Saint-level pinnacle expert. What's going on? Huan Zhe asked, but his eyes were fixed on the 2 sides of the battle. Iron Cliff quickly recounted what had happened. It's time to clean them up. They're relying on their backing to do such things. Huan Zhe smiled. His tone was very casual, but Iron Cliff knew that what he said was absolutely true. However, this is the City of Silver after all. Those who dare to violate the rules of the City of Silver are ignoring us Silver Guards. They must be taken down. Captain Huan Zhe, Ming Kong's strength doesn't seem to be enough to take down his opponent, Iron Cliff said. Let's wait and see. Huan Zhe said disapprovingly. He was very curious. With his strength, he could naturally see that the person fighting Ming Kong had an aura of a beginner 4-star Saint level. The aura was very stable, which represented the opponent's cultivation level. In other words, the opponent was really a beginner 4-star Saint level cultivator. That exquisite sword technique, peak 9th level sword energy, and seemingly strong physique made Huan Zhe unable to believe that this person was a beginner 4-star Saint level cultivator. Perhaps he really was hiding his cultivation level and cultivated some special technique. What a bad taste, Huan Zhe said to himself. There were indeed some experts who deliberately hid their cultivation level to make others think that they were weak. Although it was very rare, there were always a few since ancient times. The person in front of him was very likely one of them. Thinking of this, Huan Zhe moved and attacked. In an instant, he transformed into an illusory figure and appeared in the middle of the battle between the two. With his tyrannical strength at the peak of the 8-star Saint rank, he directly shattered Ming Kong's sword with a finger. Immediately after, he extended his hand and grabbed towards Chu Mu. Huan Zhe's appearance and arrival were all within Chu Mu's perception. When he attacked, Chu Mu also sensed it. However, Huan Zhe's attacks were extremely strange and soundless. Moreover, they intersected constantly between illusion and reality, making it impossible to guard against. Realm of Silence. His perception increased tenfold, and his sword intent became clearer. 2 swords appeared. Under the 6-path sword style, 6 black vortexes spun. Then, the 2 swords turned into countless sword light, densely packed like a rainstorm. Finally, the 2 swords crossed and slashed. However, Huan Zhe's hand seemed to not exist. It passed through Chu Mu's sword light, the 6 black vortexes, and finally the crossed sword light, and grabbed Chu Mu's shoulder. That hand did not really exist, but it was too illusory. It contained a unique power, and that was why it avoided all of his sword light. The moment he was about to grab Chu Mu's shoulder shrank, and Huan Zhe's grab missed. Huan Zhe was surprised. Then his hand changed again, and the second grab was even more exquisite. However, what he grabbed was an afterimage. Chu Mu's real body appeared 10 meters away. The battle was over. Not bad, your strength is not bad, but it ends here. Huan Zhe had a smile on his face as he looked at Chu Mu. The moment he finished speaking, the terrifying aura belonging to the peak of the 8-star Saint rank soared into the sky, shocking the surroundings and locking onto Chu Mu from afar. Chu Mu's expression did not change, but his heart was very heavy. A peak 8-star Saint expert was not someone he could fight against at the moment, even if he used all kinds of trump cards. Of course, if he used the Sword Sect spiritual seal, it would be different. It seemed that he could only use the Sword Sect spiritual seal once. With a soft hum, there seemed to be a flash of light in Huan Zhe's right hand. It was faintly discernible, as if it was an illusion. Then a sword appeared in his hand, exuding a faint spirituality. Spiritual sword. With a sword in hand, it meant that Huan Zhe was going to be serious. An extremely strong sense of danger exploded in his body. Chu Mu did not know if he could take the other party's sword. Ming Kong stood at the side with a pleased expression on her face. With Captain Huan Zhe taking action, it was a sure thing. In the distance, shopkeeper Yen and the others did not expect things to turn out like this. No matter what the final result was, they would not be spared and would definitely be tracked down. At this moment, the shopkeeper's heart was also filled with regret. He wanted to shout out loud. Wasn't it just 500 stalks of black iron roots? It was only 5,000 black iron hearts, but it had caused such a huge commotion. At this moment, he was filled with regret and resentment. If that person had obediently allowed him to take the black iron roots, would such a thing have happened? Damn it, damn it, damn it. The situation had reached an extremely critical moment. Huan Zhe's sword pointed straight at Chu Mu, locking onto him. The surrounding people all held their breaths because Huan Zhe's sword was very likely to be a killing move. It was exciting and could not be missed. All right, that's enough. An indifferent voice, like a heavenly sword, tore through the sky and descended. Immediately, a figure flashed and appeared in the field. Silver-white hair fluttered in the wind. The silver robe was filled with stars. The indifferent expression on his face was like a perfect sculpture. As soon as this person appeared, it immediately caused a frenzy. Silver Sword Star. An extremely sharp voice tore through the sky. Silver Mansion's young master, Silver Sword Star by Qin, actually appeared in person. My heart can't take it anymore. Without a doubt, Bai Chen, one of the 6 stars, was the idol of many people, especially the cultivators in the City of Silver. Especially many women. Bai Chen was their Prince Charming. It was just that Bai Chen rarely came out and was rarely seen. Once they saw him in person, they were extremely excited. Huan Zhe greets the young master. Huan Zhe quickly put away his sword and bowed. Iron Cliff greets the young master. Ming Kong greets the young master. The other silver guards also bowed to the young master. Chapter 1752. Bai Chen's appearance had pushed this matter to a new peak. He was the center of attention, the focus of attention, the object of countless people's attention. At this moment, to many people, the conflict and battle here were no longer important. What was important was that the Silver Sword planet, one of the 6 major planets, the young master of the Silver Mansion, and the young city, lord of the City of Silver, had appeared here in person. If it weren't for the Silver Guards who were doing their best to defend, countless people would have rushed to Bai Chen's side. This scene made Chu Mu feel like déjà vu. It was a scene from a long time ago. Bai Chen was at the middle 7th sky of the Wangu realm. Compared to before, his cultivation had increased slightly. His strength had also increased. He could fight against an ordinary middle 9th sky of the Wangu realm. This Bai Chen was very strong. Among all the guards of the Silver Mansion, he was the candidate for the next city lord. Hence, they admired Bai Chen and obeyed all of his orders, unless the city lord said so. Not paying attention to anyone, Bai Chen's eyes were as resplendent as stars. They carried a silver cold glint that pierced through the air and landed on Chu Mu's face. His voice was as cold as ever. This is the first time you and I have truly met. Is it too early? Chu Mu said casually. Each person said one sentence. That was all, but it stunned everyone. What was going on? Young Lord Bai Chen knew this person? It seemed like he had come for this person. What was going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. The little maid Lin Biruo's eyes bulged and her mouth was wide open. She looked dazed. Was this her young lord? Could he be one of the 6 great stars? The current you is not my opponent. Bai Chen's tone did not change. You still have more than 2 years. Once the time is up, no matter where you are, I will find you. Bai Chen's words caused an uproar again. Was he issuing a challenge to the other party? The Silver Sword Star, one of the 6 great stars, actually issued a challenge to an unknown person? Weren't the opponents of the 6 great stars all from the 6 great stars? What was going on? More questions filled everyone's minds. Who was this person? Huan Zhe and the others were also extremely shocked. Ming Kong, on the other hand, had an extremely ugly expression. I'm looking forward to it, Chu Mu said. Huan Zhe, settle the matters here. Bai Chen said. Immediately he turned around and left. Yes, young master. Huan Zhe replied respectfully. Since Bai Chen had already spoken, this matter should come to an end. Huan Zhe naturally understood that Chu Mu couldn't be touched. May I know your name? Huan Zhe asked seriously. Chu Mu. Chu Mu. Huan Zhe and the others felt their hearts tremble as they recalled the name they had heard before. It seemed that it wasn't someone with the same name, but the person himself. Indeed, it was shocking. I'll remember your name, said Huan Zhe seriously. He then looked at innkeeper Yan and said, You tell me everything. Don't hide anything. Yes. Shopkeeper Yan was trembling with fear. Even the young master was alarmed. How could he not be alarmed? Most importantly, they were in the wrong in the first place. However, he didn't dare to hide anything. After explaining the matter roughly, he added, I can't be sure whether the 500 black iron roots are true or not because I didn't see it with my own eyes. Tell me yourself. Huan Zhe looked at the shop assistant. At this moment, the shop assistant was already scared silly. He didn't know that even the young master would appear. After being called out, his expression changed drastically and he trembled all over. I didn't. He wanted to say that he didn't take the 500 black iron roots for himself, but he couldn't say it under the current situation. It seems that your greed is true. Huan Zhe's face darkened and his tone was cold. I didn't do it on purpose. The shop assistant cried out in shock. The truth of the matter had come to light. There was no need to say anything more. You deserve to die, Ming Kong said angrily. He slashed out with his sword and split the shop assistant into 2. Even his primordial spirit was shattered. Then he glanced coldly at Chu Mu, turned around and strode away. The glance before he left let Chu Mu know that this person definitely bore a grudge against him. It was inevitable that he would be troublesome. However, Chu Mu wasn't afraid of a mere beginner 8-star martial saint. Sir, do you still plan to sell the spiritual herbs here? Huan Zhe asked. If it's a normal transaction, of course. Chu Mu said. He didn't plan to give up on the transaction because of this. After all, the Silver Mansion gave the highest price. Moreover, the situation had reached this point. Most of the shops had collapsed, and Bai Chen the young master was even provoked. Who would dare to cause trouble? All right, shopkeeper Yan, you'll be in charge of Sir Chu Mu's transaction, Huan Zhe said. Yes. Shopkeeper Yan hurriedly answered. Then he put on a smile and said, Sir, your 500 black iron roots are worth 5,000 black iron hearts. Remember it first. After all the transactions are over, we'll settle it together. At this point, there was nothing more to see. The crowd also dispersed. Because the shops were destroyed, the transaction location was temporarily changed. Sir, this place is fine. Shopkeeper Yan's face was full of smiles. He couldn't help but smile apologetically. Even the young master challenged him to a battle, although he didn't understand. Lin Biruo stood at the side, incomparably proud. This was her young master. He even challenged the Silver Sword Star of the 6 stars. This was definitely a treatment that belonged to the 6 stars. Then, Chu-mu took out the black iron roots. The number immediately shocked shopkeeper Yen and Lin Biro. Perhaps the value of the black iron roots wasn't very high, but the number was too shocking. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Shopkeeper Yan's heart trembled. Tens of thousands of black iron roots weren't much, but it was taken out from the hands of a mid-stage martial saint. It was shocking. However, on second thought, this person could fight to a draw with Captain Ming Kong, an 8-star martial saint. He was also valued by Bai Qin. He must be extraordinary. Thinking of this, they weren't so shocked. Then, Chu-mu took out many more black iron spiritual herbs. Sir, these spiritual herbs are worth a total of 300,000 black iron hearts. Do you plan to pay with black iron hearts or bronze hearts? Shopkeeper Yen asked. No hurry, there's more, Chu-mu said calmly. There's more. Shopkeeper Yen stuttered. There's more. Lin Biro was also dumbfounded. Then, the spiritual herbs that Chu-mu took out made shopkeeper Yen tremble all over and almost faint. Bronze roots. All he saw were bronze roots. There were bronze roots all over the ground. Looking at the number of bronze roots, there were at least 15,000 of them. How much was that? It had to be more than 150,000 bronze hearts. Then, it was the other bronze spiritual herbs. Sir, shopkeeper Yan's voice trembled. These bronze spiritual herbs are worth a total of 650,000 bronze hearts. Yes, there's still some. Chu-mu's words scared shopkeeper Yen so much that he almost broke down. This wasn't enough. There's still some? There's still some? How much is there? Can you take them all out at once? You can't play with me like this. Shopkeeper Yen wanted to cry. This is the last. There's no more, Chu-mu said as he took out the last of the spiritual herbs. This time there wasn't much. Compared to the first and second time, there was a huge difference. It looked like there were only a few spiritual herbs, but it was precisely this small amount that made shopkeeper Yen see stars. Because these were all silver-level items. He tried hard to calm his breathing and his mind. After a long while, shopkeeper Yen calculated the total amount. His hands were trembling. Sir, these silver spiritual herbs are worth a total of 780 silver hearts. Shopkeeper Yan's voice kept trembling. All right, convert black iron hearts to bronze hearts and bronze hearts to silver hearts, Chu-mu said. Please wait a moment. Shopkeeper Yen didn't dare to do anything fishy. He couldn't bear the consequences of trading hundreds of silver hearts. In the end, Chu-mu obtained 30 bronze hearts and 845 silver hearts. 845 silver hearts. That was enough for many 9-star martial saints to take the risk. Lin Biro was still in a daze and hadn't reacted yet. Not long after, a team of silver guards arrived. They brought 845 silver hearts and took away all the spiritual herbs. 845 silver hearts and 30 bronze hearts all belonged to Chu-mu. The trade was over. Biro, it's time to go, Chu-mu said. Lin Biro didn't react at all. After Chu-mu called her a few times, she shook and came to her senses. Okay, young master. Lin Biro hurriedly followed. At this moment, she couldn't understand her young master's background at all. However, what was the point of thinking so much? She just had to serve him well. The little handmaiden seemed to have thought it through and quickly followed. At this moment, the city of Silver was in an uproar because of Chu-mu. On the Silver Sword Star, the young master of the Silver Mansion, Bai Qin, appeared in person. Because of him, the name Chu-mu once again entered the ears of everyone in the city of Silver. Everyone in the city was talking about Bai Qin's appearance and Chu-mu's name. When Chu-mu appeared with the little handmaiden, he was quickly recognized and pointed at. Chu-mu didn't seem to see or hear this. To him, as long as it didn't threaten him, he didn't need to pay too much attention. What others said and talked about was their business. Lin Biro followed Chu-mu closely. Countless people were watching and pointing at them. The scene was undoubtedly very shocking. Lin Biruo felt her heart tremble. At the same time, she was extremely impressed by her young master. Under such circumstances, he was actually calm and unaffected. It was really too shocking. Chapter 1753. Under the gazes of countless people, Chu Mu brought Lin Biruo out of the city of Silver's gates and out of the city. Immediately, Chu Mu took out a bright yellow flying shuttle and entered it. Lin Biruo drove the shuttle while Chu Mu rode it. There's actually a flying shuttle. After I kill you, it'll be mine, someone muttered. His eyes flashed fiercely as he disappeared in a flash. The flying shuttle was activated. It maintained the speed of a 7-star saint and flew forward. Its destination was the Onyx God Sword. This time, Chu Mu had enough bronze heart and silver heart. He wanted to try and see if his previous feeling and thoughts were correct. If it was fake, they would only lose some bronze hearts and silver hearts. To Chu Mu, only things that could increase his strength were good things. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter how valuable they were. However, after the flying shuttle flew for a few hours, Chu Mu told Lin Biruo to stop temporarily. Lin Biruo was confused, but she had to listen to her young master. After the flying shuttle stopped, Chu Mu told Lin Biruo not to leave the flying shuttle. Chu Mu walked out of the flying shuttle and walked 10,000 meters away. He looked into the distance as if he was waiting for something. Through the open door of the flying shuttle, Lin Biruo was puzzled. 10,000 meters was a flat surface. With Lin Biruo's 5th layer of the Aeon, she could see everything clearly. But why did her young master stop the flying shuttle and walk out at this time? At this moment, Chu Mu's figure seemed to tremble slightly, and the surrounding air rippled away. Lin Biruo suddenly opened her eyes wide. She saw that there seemed to be layers of ripples on her young master's body. From top to bottom, from his feet, the ripples surged into the ground and rapidly spread out. The ripples spread out for 10,000 meters and only stopped when they reached the flying shuttle. Immediately after, Lin Biruo saw that the ripples actually went in the opposite direction after a momentary pause, converging with Chu Mu as the center. Each ripple carried a power, an incomparably pure power, and an aura that felt like desolation. As the ripples fused into Chu Mu's feet and entered his body, his aura gradually rose and became stronger and stronger. What secret technique is this? Lin Biruo exclaimed. Just from this aura, one could tell that this secret technique was extraordinary. In the distance, a figure appeared and rushed over. You're actually using a secret technique. Did you already know that I would come? So what if you knew? So what if you were prepared? If I want to kill you, you will die. The deep voice carried a shocking killing intent. There seemed to be thunder rumbling in the sky. I've been waiting for you for a long time, said Chu Mu in a low voice. He silently calculated the distance between him and the other party. It was enough time for him to use. You have a secret technique, and so do I. The person closed in quickly. Immediately, with a loud roar, thunder appeared in the sky. Thick yellow lightning tore through the sky and finally condensed into one and fell from the sky. Boom! The yellow lightning descended and directly struck the newcomer's body. His body trembled and his aura suddenly increased by more than 5 times, becoming even stronger. Countless yellow lightning bolts surrounded his body, surging violently like flames. It's him! Lin Biruo exclaimed when she saw the person clearly. This person was one of the captains of the Silver Guards who had fought with her young master in the city of Silver, Ming Kong. The 8-star martial saint expert, Ming Kong, was chasing after them. Young master! Lin Biruo's hands turned white. Under the secret technique, Ming Kong's strength was more than 5 times stronger than before. Originally, he was an 8-star martial saint beginner. After using the secret technique, his strength increased tremendously. He was comparable to an 8-star martial saint intermediate expert. However, Ming Kong was very clear that he was about the same level as Chu Mu before. He only had a slight upper hand and could not suppress his opponent, let alone kill him. Now his opponent had used the secret technique and his strength had increased tremendously. Although Ming Kong had also used the secret technique and his strength had increased a lot, he still did not have the confidence to kill him. This was not enough. He had to be stronger. Ming Kong took out a pill and threw it into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth and turned into an electric current that flowed into his body. Immediately it spread out. The yellow lightning surrounding Ming Kong's body instantly doubled in size. One could vaguely see countless tiny lightning bolts spurting out from Ming Kong's body. Ming Kong's aura increased once again. His strength was even more powerful. Ha ha ha. A hearty laughter rang out. He was definitely in his strongest state right now. Even a mid-level 8-star saint wouldn't be a match for him. He could even put up a fight against a high-level 8-star saint. Although the after-effects of using the pill were great, he could get hundreds of silver hearts and a flying shuttle by killing Chu-Mu. The return was many times greater. Yes, Ming Kong did not have the determination to kill Chu-Mu. After all, it was not easy to kill him. However, when he found out that Chu-Mu had sold a large amount of spiritual herbs and obtained more than 800 silver hearts, he was tempted. As long as he could obtain more than 800 silver hearts and exchange them for cultivation resources, his strength would definitely increase again in a short period of time. He would become even more powerful. To a cultivator, all wealth should exist for the sake of strengthening oneself. More than 800 silver hearts was a wealth that he could not imagine. Even if he was one of the captains of the Silver Guards and his salary was not low, he did not know how many years it would take to gather more than 800 silver hearts. So what if you are a genius? If you don't grow up, everything is fake. Ming Kong said sternly, holding his sword. His speed increased, and he turned into a yellow lightning bolt. He tore through the sky and charged towards Chu-Mu. At the same time, the divine wilderness restoration technique was completed. His strength increased tenfold. Originally, Chu-Mu, who could barely fight against an 8-star martial saint beginner, had the strength to fight against an 8-star martial saint intermediate expert under the divine wilderness restoration technique's tenfold amplification. However, this was not enough. Without hesitation, Chu-Mu used his silver divine armor. His strength increased from the original foundation and became even more powerful. What is that? Ming Kong saw a silver-white full-body armor appear on Chu-Mu's body. After Chu-Mu's aura increased again, his heart trembled. The silver-white armor was many times more exquisite than the one on his body. Ha 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 ha. After killing you, everything will be mine. Ming Kong was even more excited. He did not expect that other than the flying shuttle and more than 800 silver hearts, there would be such a powerful armor. If he could get it, his strength would definitely be much stronger. Lin Biruo looked at Chu-Mu in a daze. Under the silver divine armor, there was an indescribable coldness that made her heart ripple. This was a man that was full of mystery. I will finish you with one sword. Ming Kong roared and raised the sword in his hand. In an instant, a thunderbolt struck down from the sky and hit the sword he raised. The yellow lightning around his body was also mobilized in an instant. It was like boiling water, instantly surging, gathering and rushing into the sword. An incomparably terrifying aura burst forth from the sword. That sword was an extremely high-quality sky-piercing saint sword, but it actually melted and turned into a terrifying yellow lightning bolt. Lightning sword, world-destroying lightning. The strongest move in the strongest state was displayed. He wanted to kill Chu-Mu with one sword. The previous battle had already let Ming Kong know that his opponent's strength was not ordinary. Moreover, he had used a secret technique and taken a pill to increase his strength. There would be side effects. The longer he delayed, the more obvious the side effects would be. Therefore, he had to finish off his opponent in the shortest time possible and end the battle. Otherwise, if the battle dragged on, it would definitely attract other experts. At that time, it would not be good for him. One sword to kill his opponent. Then let's end it with one sword. Chu said, Demon subduing Vambrace, activate. Sword God descends, activate. Sword Realm, activate. Realm of Emptiness. In an instant, Chu aura increased by a lot. His strength was even more powerful. Clouds appeared and spread out, covering the surroundings. In an instant, the yellow world, destroying lightning, rushed into the clouds. Its speed was slightly reduced. An extremely condensed sword light silently shuttled through the clouds and shot straight at the yellow world, destroying lightning. Under the sword light, the yellow world, destroying lightning, paused for a moment. Under the sword light, the yellow world, destroying lightning, was destroyed. It was like a hot knife through butter. How can this be? Ming Kong's face was filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that his most powerful attack, which was enough to kill a mid-level 8-star Saint expert, was actually defeated by Yi Xuan. How could his opponent's sword be so powerful? At this time, Ming Kong's thoughts were almost frozen. He could not think anymore. A ray of sword light approached. With his eyes, he could clearly see the tip of the sword piercing towards his forehead. He could not dodge or block. The tip of the sword pierced through his forehead and came out from the back of his head. The powerful impact penetrated his primordial spirit and destroyed his consciousness. The light in Ming Kong's eyes dimmed. His body fell to the ground. He cancelled the Sword God Descends secret technique, the Demon Subduing Vambrace, the Divine Wilderness Restoration secret technique, the Sword Realm, and the Realm of Emptiness. He kept the silver divine armor. He quickly raised his sword and grabbed Ming Kong's primordial spirit and put it away. Ming Kong's interspatial ring was also put away. Then Chu turned into a ray of silver light and shot towards the flying shuttle. In a very short time, he crossed 10,000 meters and entered the flying shuttle. Let's go. Yes. Lin Biruo was very excited. Her young master was so powerful. He killed an opponent who was at least an 8-star martial saint expert with one sword. It was unimaginable. No wonder he was the one who the Silver Sword Star took the initiative to challenge. He activated the shuttle and quickly left. Only the ground was left with a huge crack due to the collision between the two sides. Countless cracks spread out, and the remnant auras let people know that a battle between strong cultivators had taken place here. Chapter 1754. After removing the Silver God armor, the flying shuttle flew away at an extremely fast speed. Chu began to recover the energy he had expended. That sword strike had used all of his strength. In order to achieve an instant kill, he had expended a lot of energy. He had just recovered a small portion of the power of the Sword God's Descent mystic technique, but now he had expended a lot of it. There was only a small amount left. It would take about a month to travel from the City of Silver to the Black God Greatsword. This month was enough for Chu to recover the energy he had expended. Of course, the mystic technique of the Sword God's Descent could only recover a little, unless he had the corresponding treasure. Young Master, Captain Ming Kong is dead. Almost at the moment of Ming Kong's death, the people in the Silver Mansion knew that the death of a captain was not a small matter. They immediately reported it. How did he die? Bai Chen's tone seemed to never change. We suspect that he tried to kill Chu but was killed instead. If he's dead, then he's dead, Bai Chen said. If it were any other reason, they would definitely investigate. However, if he had failed to kill Chu and was killed instead, then they would ignore it. Young Master, I'm afraid that Ming Kong's subordinates will be dissatisfied. If they are dissatisfied, then let them take revenge themselves, Bai Chen said. Yes, to Bai Chen there was only one Chu. He had set a target for him. As for the Silver Guards, there were many of them. He would not deliberately target Chu because of the death of a captain of the Silver Guards, but he would not stop the Silver Guards under Ming Kong from taking revenge either. If Chu could not withstand the revenge of some Silver Guards, then he was not qualified to be his opponent. The name Chu was mentioned once again. This time, it was not only in the city of silver. The other 4 cities also heard the news. Bai Chun has actually fallen to this extent, taking the initiative to challenge a nobody. In the Black Demon Mansion, Black Demon Sword Star Black Ju revealed a disapproving smile when he heard the news. "Young master, how can that Bai Chun be compared to you?" A guard at the side said with a smile. "Hee, you're wrong. Although Bai Chun has fallen, his talent and strength are unquestionable. He's one of my strongest opponents." Hey, Ju smiled and said, "I'm curious about this Chu Mu. What kind of ability does he have?" "Young master, I'll go and capture this Chu Mu," the guard said again. "No need," Black Ju said, changing the subject. "Chu Mu, the person King Xian Miao once protected?" In the slaughtering blood manor, blood-slaughtering sword star, Tu Qianjun stood at the highest point of the manor as he stared at the sky. Behind him, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood seemed to appear. What kind of genius is this? At this moment, all 6 stars were vaguely paying attention to Chu Mu. At this moment, Chu Mu was the center of attention. "Chu Mu, you killed 2 of my disciples. Even if you're an immemorial monster, you still have to die." The one-eyed old man's face was filled with killing intent. However, he was completely unaware that he was in the shuttle heading towards the Black Deity Greatsword. It was the blazing sun period now, and the sun was high up in the sky. No sinners appeared, so it was very safe. Finally, a month had passed. The bright yellow shuttle was nearing the Black Deity Greatsword. After entering the black iron ground, the shuttle stopped. After Chu Mu and Lin Biruo left the shuttle, they put it away. Under normal circumstances, the shuttle couldn't be stored in a spatial ring. It had to undergo some simple refinement and leave one's mark on it before it could be stored. "Biruo, your sword energy is 3rd grade. Next, you should grasp the 4th grade. Try to grasp the 5th or 6th grade as soon as possible," Chu Mu said. "Young master, with the bronze heart you gave me, I can grasp the 6th grade." Lin Biruo smiled. As soon as they got off the shuttle, Chu Mu took out some bronze hearts and gave them to Lin Biruo, asking her to sacrifice them to improve her sword energy. For Chu Mu, he only needed to keep 1,000 bronze hearts. The rest were not of much use. Work hard. Chu Mu smiled. Even though Lin Biruo was only his maidservant temporarily, she really treated him like a maidservant. Since that was the case, before he left the land of exile, he should also increase the strength of this little maidservant. At the very least, she would have the ability to protect herself after he left. Under the Black Deity Greatsword, there were still 12 dark gold altars. Just like before, there were 7 altars for public use. Behind each altar, there were queues with at least 100 people and at most 200 people. The other 5 altars were still occupied, and one had to pay an extra fee to use them. Chu Mu naturally did not need to wait in line. Even his little maid, Lin Biruo, did not need to wait in line. He strode over and chose one of the altars. Oh, it was someone he knew. They were the 7-star saints who used the altars when Chu Mu first came to the Black Deity Greatsword. "It's you. You're here again." These 7-star saints were stunned when they saw Chu Mu. They couldn't help it. Chu Mu had left a deep impression on them. Killing a 7-star saint in a second was a battle record that left a deep impression on them. If they knew that Chu Mu could kill an 8-star saint, they would be horrified. I want to use the altars," Chu Mu said. "Go ahead," a 7-star saint quickly said. When he saw Chu Mu take out the heart of black iron, he quickly waved his hand. No need, no need. Brother Chu can use as long as he wants." This was the effect brought about by strength. Since the other party said so, Chu Mu did not take out the heart of black iron. "Biruo, go ahead and make the sacrifice." Chu Mu said, "Yes, young master." Lin Biruo said and walked up the altar. Chu Mu had to make the sacrifice continuously. Lin Biruo only needed to make the sacrifice once to get the 4th-grade sword power and then familiarize herself with it. Lin Biruo's words stunned everyone. She was actually a maid. However, when they thought about how Chu Mu's cultivation was not high, but he had amazing strength, it was not surprising that he had a maid. Lin Biruo began to make the sacrifice while Chu Mu stood aside and watched. After more than 2 hours, Lin Biruo completed the sacrifice and obtained the 4th-grade sword power. "Young master, I'm done." Lin Biruo jumped off the altar happily. "Okay, go around and familiarize yourself with the sword power. Master it as soon as possible." Chu Mu said, "Yes, young master." Lin Biruo was full of fighting spirit. Once she mastered the 4th-grade sword power, her attack power would be further enhanced. Her strength would be enhanced. If she could master the 6th-grade sword power, the power of the azure water sky sword technique would be enhanced several times. As for the 7th-grade sword power, or even higher, Lin Biruo did not dare to think about it. That would require the use of the silver heart. Its value was too high. The 6th-grade sword power was her ultimate goal at this stage. Lin Biruo went to the side to practice her sword, trying to master the sword power in the shortest time possible. Chu Mu, on the other hand, climbed up the altar and took out 1,000 bronze hearts. 1,000 bronze hearts. Is it for the 6th-grade sword power? His every move attracted the attention of many people. Last time, Chu Mu made the sacrifice to the 5th-grade sword power and failed. This time he was going to start from the 6th-grade sword power. Would he succeed? Time passed. 1,000 bronze hearts completely melted and turned into a bronze light that quickly soared into the sky. It entered the Onyx God Great Sword and disappeared. Immediately, the Onyx God Great Sword trembled, and a silver light appeared. It was like a sharp sword being unsheathed. It entered the space between Chu Mu's eyebrows. After circling once, the silver light left Chu Mu's eyebrows and returned to the Onyx God Greatsword. It's still the same as before. Is it really impossible to master the sword power? I don't think so. Maybe he has already mastered the 6th-grade sword power. That's why he rejected it. Otherwise, how could a 4-star saint be so strong? Then, Chu Mu took out 10 silver hearts. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They might be tempted by the 1,000 bronze hearts, but that was it. However, 10 silver hearts were enough to arouse the greed in their hearts. 10 silver hearts were equivalent to 100,000 bronze hearts. One must know that among these 7-star saints, the highest level of sword power was only at the 6th grade. A 7th-grade sword power required the sacrifice of silver hearts. To them, silver hearts were too far away. It represented a silver-level sinner. That kind of powerful strength was not something they could fight against. Of course, there were other ways to obtain silver hearts. For example, selling silver-level spiritual herbs or ores. However, these silver-level spiritual herbs and ores could only be obtained by entering the sinner's cave on the 2nd level. Moreover, there were not many of them. Moreover, it had to be the first time one entered and belonged to the explorers. If the cave had already been plundered, it would be good if one could find some low-level, bronze-level spiritual herbs. 7-star saints like them did not have the opportunity to explore the cave. Even if they did, it was just a lucky few. The number was pitifully small. Therefore, they were almost drooling as they looked at the 10 silver hearts that Chu Mu took out. However, although they were tempted, they did not dare to act. The scene of Chu Mu killing a mid-level 7-star saint with a single strike seemed to be replaying in front of their eyes. After that, Chu Mu successfully escaped from the silver-level sinner's attack. This memory was incomparably clear in their minds. The 10 silver hearts melted and turned into a silver-white light that soared into the sky and entered the Onyx God Greatsword. A trace of light flashed past. The silver hearts seemed to have a greater nourishing effect on the Onyx God Greatsword. An even more dazzling silver sword light appeared from the onyx god great sword and shot down, entering Chu Mu's glabella and entering his body. Not long after, the silver sword light left his body and returned to the onyx god great sword. Failed again. Could it be that he has mastered a 7th grade sword power? Exclamations sounded. Immediately, their eyes widened and they sucked in a breath of cold air. What did they see? Chu Mu actually took out 100 silver hearts and placed them on the altar. 100 silver hearts! That was a whole 100 silver hearts. Was this person crazy? Chapter 1755. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, and the blazing light shone on the earth. The onyx god great sword stood tall, and its shadow, which was thousands of meters tall, was still clearly visible from hundreds of thousands of meters away. It was like an ancient god standing between heaven and earth. A figure was rapidly approaching the onyx god great sword from afar. It wasn't a shuttle, but a person. It was an old man in a gray robe. He only had one eye, and the other was covered with a black eye patch. He carried a long sword on his back, and the ground seemed to shrink with every step he took. Each step covered hundreds of meters. This speed was almost comparable to the speed of an ordinary small shuttle. It should be known that the speed of a shuttle was based on the flying speed of a cultivator. When a cultivator couldn't fly, he could only run on the ground, and his speed couldn't be compared to flying directly. Under normal circumstances, a 9-star saint's running speed on the ground was almost equal to a 7-star saint's flying speed at full speed. Flying was dangerous. Under normal circumstances, no cultivator would be willing to take this risk. If they weren't careful, they would fall into a spatial crack and fall into the spatial turbulence. In the worst case, they would be torn apart by the spatial crack. One was falling into the unknown, and the other was death. No one was willing to accept this result. The old man's one eye looked forward and locked onto the onyx god great sword. He knew that the person he wanted to kill was under the onyx god great sword. He must be unable to control the sword force. Yeah, otherwise, could it be that he has already mastered the 8th level sword force? After sacrificing 100 silver hearts, the 8th level sword force entered between Chu Mu's eyebrows and rushed out from between his eyebrows in less than 2 breaths and returned to the onyx god great sword. Soon after, they were shocked once again. What a lunatic! What a lunatic! It was actually 1,000 silver hearts. Everyone's eyes turned green, and their breathing became rapid. They couldn't wait to pull out their swords and rush forward to snatch the 1,000 silver hearts. 1,000 silver hearts was an incomparably huge wealth. Even many 9-star saints couldn't take out such wealth. Could it be that they were sacrificed just like that? It should be known that if they could get those 1,000 silver hearts and exchange them for cultivation resources, they would definitely be able to greatly increase their strength in a short period of time. At the very least, they could use them as sacrifices to increase the level of their sword force. They wouldn't be wasted like that. Yes, in their opinion, Chu Mu had already lost his mind to the point of casually wasting the silver heart. He had already tried twice and lost 110 silver hearts, which proved that he was unable to control sword force. Now he still hadn't given up? Was he going to waste another 1,000 silver hearts? How could this be? There were already people who had lost their minds and were shouting loudly. There were even people who rushed forward and drew their swords in an attempt to attack Chu Mu, but they were all blocked by the power of the altar. That's right. As long as a person stood on top of the altar, they would be directly protected by the altar's protection. Any kind of attack couldn't break through the altar's protection. At least a long time ago, there was a 9-star Saint Realm Master who tried to break through the altar's protection. Chu Mu put down the 1,000 silver hearts and coldly looked at the person who had attacked. His icy gaze pierced straight into that person's heart, causing that person's body to tremble. A trace of terror involuntarily appeared in his heart. The people with green eyes also realized that Chu Mu was standing on the altar at this time. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't do anything to him. On the contrary, they would even offend Chu Mu. They had no choice but to suppress the greed in their hearts, but they were still cursing in their hearts. At this time, Chu Mu, who had put down the 1,000 silver hearts, suddenly felt a trace of danger. A sense of danger that came from the bottom of his heart suddenly emerged. What's going on? Chu Mu frowned slightly. He relaxed, but he started to think, staring at the giant sword in front of him. No, the source of the danger is not the black god giant sword, but something else. City of Silver? Or something else? He couldn't determine the specific source of the danger, but Chu Mu knew that for him to feel a sense of danger, the enemy must be very powerful. It might be an existence that he couldn't fight against. The sense of danger was rapidly approaching, becoming stronger and stronger. It also made Chu Mu understand that soon a strong enemy would arrive. He had no time to leave this place. Fortunately, the altar of the black god giant sword would be a good protection. Biruo, wait a moment. No matter what happens, pretend that you don't know me. Lin Biruo, who was practicing her 4th level sword force, suddenly received Chu Mu's soul transmission. She was very puzzled, but she obeyed because she knew that her young master wouldn't say that if there wasn't anything important. 1,000 silver hearts melted, turning into a silver-white stream of light that soared into the sky and shot into the black god giant sword. The black god giant sword seemed to tremble, and a luster instantly flowed past. Immediately, a very deep silver light appeared from the black god giant sword and shot straight at Chu Mu. It was like a sword strike from a peerless sword cultivator, making Chu Mu feel that he couldn't dodge it. If the sword force from before was like a sword strike from a powerful sword cultivator, Chu Mu could still dodge it. However, this sword strike really made him feel that it was difficult to dodge, or even impossible to dodge. Fortunately, it wasn't an enemy. The 9th level sword force penetrated between his eyebrows and went straight in. As it flowed rapidly, it came into contact with Chu Mu's 9th level sword force. One was a native, and the other was an outsider. They collided. For a moment, Chu Mu's body became a battlefield. Under this kind of collision, Chu Mu suddenly had a very strange feeling. It seemed that every time the 2 9th level sword forces collided, there would be sparks and fragments of inspiration. It didn't leave his body. Could it be that he had already mastered 8th level sword force before, and this time he's going to master 9th level sword force? The spectators all felt that it was incredible. Before, when the sword energy entered his body, it would only take a short 1 or 2 breaths of time before it would leave his body and return to the black god enormous sword. However, this 9th level sword energy had already entered his body for 10 breaths of time, yet it still hadn't left his body. This made people wonder if Chu Mu had truly grasped an 8th level sword energy before and was currently merging the 9th level sword energy. When they thought of this, they felt a sense of horror. Until now, there weren't many cultivators who could master 9th level sword force. Most of them were at the peak of the 9-star saint level, and a few were at the 9-star saint level. As for those below the 9-star saint level who could master 9th level sword force, it was even rarer. According to what they knew, the lowest cultivation level to master 9th level sword force was at the beginning of the 7-star saint level, which was the 6th star. Only the 6-star saint level could master 9th level sword force at the beginning of the 7-star saint level. However, this person's cultivation level was at the beginning of the 4th sky of the all-ancient realm. Could it be that his cultivation level was fake? If that was true, how terrifying would that be? A 4-star saint level beginner who could master 9th level sword force had a bright future. Who knew he might even become a king-level existence in the future? According to what they knew, ever since the appearance of the 7 kings, there had always been 7 kings. There had never been an 8th king, which showed how difficult it was. 10 breaths, 20 breaths, 30 breaths. As time passed, the 2 9th level sword forces collided in Chu Mu's body. The winner was decided. Chu Mu's sword force had reached the peak of the 9th level, but the sword force that entered his body was only at the 9th level. Although the sword force at the peak of the 9th level and the sword force at the beginning of the 9th level were the same, the peak of the 9th level had been used by Chu Mu many times. It was like an extension of his arm. The 9th level sword force that came from the outside was defeated. It couldn't hold on any longer and shot out from between Chu Mu's eyebrows. It's out, it's out. I was scared to death. I thought he was going to master 9th level sword force. Looking at the situation, we can be 100% sure that he can't master sword force anymore. That 8-star Saint didn't say anything, because he clearly felt that the 5th level sword force that Chu Mu released had disappeared in a flash. Now, he couldn't help but wonder if it was an illusion. A human figure took a step forward and appeared under the black god enormous sword. A single eye flickered with a vicious glint. It swept past and finally fell on Chu Mu's body. Chu Mu, you killed 2 of my disciples. It's time for you to die. The voice was full of murderous intent. Instantly, it made people tremble as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. It's the one-eyed old man. The one-eyed old man, the master of the Eagle-Bear duo. The devil has appeared again. Let's go. Everyone panicked and hurriedly retreated. Some even rushed to the altar to be protected by it. Lin Biruo was even more shocked. The Lin clan had offered a bounty for the Eagle-Bear duo for many years. Naturally, she knew the details of the Eagle-Bear duo. She knew that their master was the infamous one-eyed old man who had killed countless people many years ago. Now, the one-eyed old man had appeared. He wanted to avenge his 2 disciples and kill Chu Mu. Young master. Lin Biruo's expression changed. The one-eyed old man was a 9-star saint. In a panic, the one-eyed old man made his move. He pointed out a finger and a blood-red light pierced through the air. Everywhere it passed, it turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Countless, vengeful spirits wailed. It made people's hair stand on end. Vengeful spirit finger, the one-eyed old man's unique skill. The blood-red light, surrounded by countless vengeful spirits, shot towards Chu Mu. Just as it was about to hit Chu Mu, a light flashed at the edge of the altar. With a bang, the blood-red light shattered. The vengeful spirits disappeared without a trace. Chu Mu was safe and sound. The one-eyed old man. So he was the source of the danger. Chu Mu glanced at the one-eyed old man and thought. He didn't panic at all. Instead, he was very calm and didn't pay attention to the one-eyed old man, because at this moment he was integrating the inspiration left behind by the collision of the sword force and the flash of inspiration. That kind of inspiration was the accumulation of the sword force from the lowest level of sacrifice to the highest level of sacrifice. After the sacrifice of the 1,000 silver hearts, it suddenly became complete and clear. Chu Mu vaguely grasped that as long as he could grasp it, he would definitely be able to comprehend a higher level of power. That might be a power that he yearned for even in his dreams.